Good evening in Australia and good morning in Europe somewhere. Wherever you are. How's it going, mate? Good to have you here. Flight F000. Hi to you as well. Oh, here's Zach as well. G'day, Zach. On time for once. Both of us, do you mean? Or yourself or me? Where is everyone? What's happening in Europe? Have the lights gone out yet? You can't afford to be online. Is that it? Leonika? Me. Okay. But yes, both of us. Why not? Yes, on this morning, today's I'm just a few seconds late. On this morning ones, I was 5 minutes early. I shocked them. They were surprised. Eating a steak with some raw butter. Good for you. G'day, Mick. Yeah, second podcast for the day. Yes, it's Nalo. It's Nerlo. I think is that how you pronounce your name? Nolo? Is the N a silent one? I don't know. And that's a sort of a regular thing. I usually have a live stream because I suspect you knew I haven't seen your name before, and I have an evening one. So in Australia, I start at 10:30 in the morning, Australian Eastern Standard Time. Currently, it's daylight savings, but it's always at 10:30, and that tends to be in North America in the evening the previous day on the Saturday, and I then that runs for a couple of hours, and then after that, I have it's my last name Italian pronunciation. Okay, fair enough. Hope I pronounced it correctly, Dagnolo. I may have not. Sorry if I haven't, but I'm not a linguist. DJ Projectus, always a pleasure, mate. Good to have you here. Yes, I do 2 in the same day, every fortnight. I used to do it every week, but it does interfere with my social life, so I had to scale it back. And still, last night I did an interview, and next week I've got another interview on Saturday night with someone with the same lady in France. So I do other things. So yeah, what do they say? No rest for the wicked. Constantly busy. Let alone emails, comments. It never ends. And I've got a day job. So yeah, and family life and other things. So I occasionally do pull away from all you guys for a while until yeah. So anyway, now yeah, and hello to you, Pat, as well. Pavel, regarding oxalate dumping, alternatives any alternatives to citric acid? Look, I mean, with oxalate dumping, you definitely, B vitamins are important. So, but if you're eating enough meat, you should be getting enough B vitamins, technically speaking. Now, some people can have deficiencies. That can be an issue. So you may need a bit more. The critical one is B6. B6 is required to break down oxalate, and I've already done a video on that, covering that quite extensively. So check out the video; it covers it pretty well. And obviously citric acid is also required. Um, Now, it also bleeds through sulfur, so they actually degrade sulfur. So sulfur um, is an important thing, like taurine in particular, to supplement when you're dumping. You will bleed through a bit. Yes. Uh, Tom, how are you, mate? Good morning. Time change by 1 hour is happening in Europe. Okay. We're still in daylight savings, so we haven't shifted. This is the problem that in the past, every country, when they went, they did consistently, but now every single bloody country seems to change here and there. Look, there's going to be teething problems with transition from daylight savings in Australia back to normal time, and then in some European countries, not every European country, every country in the world does it. So for the next fortnight, I will have to go through and assess and see what they are, and I'll try and make adjustments at that. But the problem is going to be even more, for the next month or month and a half. There's always that transition issue with people changing constantly, and it's annoying, but I can't do anything about it, guys. It's just it is what it is. So it's problematic to try and actually sort everybody's time frames and stuff like that. It's just, yeah. Anyway. Anyway, so back to it. Nice. I thought I missed it. Yep. Good. Nico, what's she asking? Elliot recommends B1 for oxalate dumping. What do you think? Look, B1 sort of what it does is, purines that come from meat and stuff like that. And stuff like that. You can actually get things from metabolism of food that can produce some oxalate. It's not a lot, but you can produce most of the oxalate is stuff that we've actually stored, but we got from plants in the first place. So it's not a big one, but what it can do is it can inhibit, so sort of reduce the conversion to oxalate, this small amount and all that. So it can help in a sense. But if you're eating enough piggy and you don't have an underlying deficiency in B1, not required. If you do have an underlying, now there are some people that have got genetics that may require a bit more. And so sometimes it is useful to do mega dosing for about a month. And it usually resolves those underlying issues that people have. I don't think it's for everyone, personally. It's not something that our species ever did. We got it from animal foods now, but there are some people who may have been on a plant-based diet for a very long time. They may have underlying issues that, taking mega dosing for a small period of time seems to help. At the end of the day, some of the actual, the metabolic pathways, once you eliminate a lot of the carbohydrates, you only need half the amount. So it's more applicable to non-carnivores, the requirements, the RDI requirement. And if you're like heavily oxalate dumping, it can be useful to supplement B1. You don't need mega dosing, but to supplement some B1, which can help limit the conversion. Piggy is the highest source, with tuna being the second highest source. So foods like that will actually generate next to very much less oxalate production endogenously. So piggy has that ability because of the higher thiamine amount. And obviously, if you're not as well using carbohydrates, which means your requirements for thiamine are less, and if you get more, that will actually help in reducing even more, the issue of conversion into oxalate from purines and stuff like that. So the metabolites of protein and metabolism in general. So that's the sort of side. But we're talking about, protein metabolism only produces a very small amount. So you're sort of helping yourself in a bit. But at the end of the day, the most important thing is to use B6. And I've already done a video covering that because it basically degrades oxalate. And that's what you really need. And you need to restore some of the sulfur that you've lost, because sulfur is required for detoxification pathways, and detoxification pathways also help with eliminating oxalate. So you need to support your detox systems. Anyway, that's about it. Hunter, good morning to you as well. Hunter, how are you, mate? Harry, you mentioned that you don't recommend niacin over 300 milligrams. That's correct. Could it be dangerous to take 1 gram? Definitely. Well, dangerous is a sort of a loaded word, but it's going to be not a healthy thing to do long term. Only 2-3 months. Well, 2-3 months is not going to be a big problem for acne, red blotches, and dry skin. Any bad side effects from that? Look, the biggest problem with, I don't think you need that sort of in the grams. And the reason for it is because niacin, NR, NMN, all these sort of things, they do affect glucose metabolism, reducing and stuff like that, but they also affect gluconeogenesis. So they start interfering with important processes in the body. That's why I don't like people going, especially over half a gram, 500 milligrams. And I usually say the safe limit that I like is 300 milligrams, where I see no side effects whatsoever. That includes food sources, all sources. So usually you're taking about 100. I take about 125 milligrams. Which is, I get a 250 milligram tablet, which is split it in half. And I know the dosage is exactly that, because it's a pharmacy product which is registered under the TGA, which is the Therapeutic Goods Administration, which is the equivalent of the Australian, FDA. And what is actually said there is exactly that dose, and no more and no less. So you can only buy it out of a pharmacy on request. Sometimes some pharmacies require a prescription, so it's a bit here or there. The pharmacy that I go to doesn't. I showed them my scar. I said, look, I can't tolerate statins, and not that I would ever consume statins, but I said, I need this, and they gave it to me. So pretty much I got it. Some pharmacies are a bit more flexible. They'll just give it to you over the counter. It depends. But it is a pharmacy prescription, as it's called. So that's the issue why I like people taking only 100 milligrams, because I don't know what the dose is. Sometimes it can be over and stuff like that. And so taking 100 milligrams with some food and all that, you maybe take 2 tablets, then you're basically going to be within the ballpark in one sense or another. So it's more of a cautionary principle, and because it interferes with a number of things at high doses, as I said, with gluconeogenesis and some of the other pathways in the body, and there's some anecdotal evidence and some sort of associated research. Unfortunately, we don't have mechanistic that shows a number of potential other issues that could cause side effects. So, why bother is my sort of view in that regard. Also, if you're eating some eggs, if you can tolerate it and stuff like that, you're getting enough, good quality retinol, some vitamin D, minoquinone. For these things are the things that regulate collagen degrading enzymes. And the key thing is, niacin together with the fat soluble vitamins play a synergy of roles in keeping these things down, these issues with skin issues. Nicotinamide is the other one. 100 grams of that is pretty good for skin hydration, which improves these conditions as well. So do consider those, Hunter. More isn't better necessarily, whatever the gurus say out there. They cause other derangements. Not a good thing. Hello, Jenny. Had a fall on a footpath, lost lots of skin on elbow and knees. Oh, that's nasty. But no bruising. Is this because of carnivore? We do heal faster. That's, I don't know what your age is, but I can tell you that even compared to 10 years ago, a decade ago, I'm 56 now, I heal faster than I healed back then. And even my next door neighbor, she has the same anecdotes. She burnt herself and she's burned herself before, and she healed much faster as well in half the time. And she was surprised. I go, well, the species appropriate diet makes healing better, because when somebody, a burn victim, what do they give burn victims? You want to heal even faster? Heaps of eggs. In the past, before they had all these so-called medicines, burn victims used to be given powders of egg powders. They used to be given the equivalent of about, in egg powder, of 30 eggs a day. This is for burns victims to recover. And so, do you want to help your skin along in that regard? Get on quite a few eggs. And remember, you don't have to worry. That other old geezer used to consume, on average, 25 eggs a day, sometimes as high as 30 eggs a day for decades upon decades. So not an issue there. So I would definitely, for skin issues and stuff like that, and that goes for Hunter as well, I'd definitely be consuming a hell of a lot more eggs. Minimum 6 eggs. I'd go for 12 personally. And if you can tolerate, you don't have a sensitivity to eggs, yeah, enjoy. And if you struggle consuming eggs cooked, you can always have them raw. Don't worry about the biotin. As long as it's whole egg, you're going to get more than enough from the yolk, which counteracts, and you only then bind about 27% of the biotin. So you're not going to get a biotin deficiency. So you don't have to worry about that. And that's one way of quickly guzzling down quite a few eggs if you find it difficult to cook them and then eat them. So do consider that as well. Harry, what are your thoughts on the theory of over acidity on carnivore? It's just nonsense. It's basically nonsense. And the recommendation to consume something alkaline, absolutely nonsense. The blood keeps the blood pH in a very, very tight range. If it goes out of that range, you die. You just die. The body has bicarbonates in the kidneys, release bicarbonates and actually change the pH constantly and recycle those bicarbonates. You don't need any alkaline foods of any sort. It's irrelevant. And on the opposite, not all tissue, not all areas of the body have the same requirements. Everything is in different ranges, So, for instance, the stomach pH is very low, and if it's not, you're not going to absorb food very well. It has to be close to 1 to 1.5. you know. So yeah, it's just nonsense. This is just pseudoscience. And even now, regular medical community, because there has been like proper research on these things, on blood pH and stuff like that, where they've had continuous like monitoring, Zach, where they've looked at continuous, and it stays in a very tight range. So, and if it goes out of that tight range, you're dead. That's the only time close to death that it goes out of range. So, yeah, I always say to people, do you know what, somebody who's got cancer, that they're actually pissing out more alkaline? Yeah. People with cancer actually produce more alkaline rich, um, uh, urine. Let that sink in. Anyway, we'll leave it at that. So, yeah, because people get concerned about acidic urine, and I go, don't worry about that. You got to worry about the other stuff, because that usually indicates cancer. So I wouldn't worry at all about acidic urine. So yeah, it's another bit of nonsense. It's a lot of nonsense out there. Anyway, Up Syndrome, how are you, mate? It's always good at this end of the world. Yes, exactly. Where have you been hiding? Yeah, John approved its homemade oh, mRNA jab. Oh, really? God. Yes. No, I haven't, but I'm not surprised. They're all basically good fellow travelers of the World Economic Forum, aren't they all? Yes. TT Terry, how are you? Good morning. Feng, happy equinox greetings. Yes, happy to you as well. Darkfield Carnival, how are you? Sharp, pointy teeth like this. uh, G'day, Angel. Angel, how are you? B6 makes me constipated. There are studies on animals suggesting that pigs don't get diarrhea if they are given B6. Fair enough. That may be the case in that regard. But if we're talking about oxalates here, and we're not talking about like mega doses. If people know the one that I actually put up, it's a lower, it's within that lower, it's not like, I'm not recommending like 100 milligrams or 1,000 milligrams or stuff like that, like really extreme levels. Some people are, but I'm not. So yeah, I wouldn't be too concerned about, you know, a lot of things in excess that can actually cause both diarrhea and constipation, nausea, vomiting, and all sorts of things. It's just the way it is. We're talking about within sort of reasonable ranges. Check out my video. You may find it interesting of what, and then do a comparison on the dosages. Very important to look at the dosages per kilo of body weight to work out what the dosages were in comparison. So we need to be careful when we read studies to look at those things before we make pronouncements. Anyway, Harry, do you recommend MSM powder for sulfur or eating 6 eggs every day? Look, I've got MSM as well. I've used it in the past for nails, hair, and skin. It's a good sulfur, don't get me wrong. I've never consumed large amounts of it, like 2 grams, at most 4 on occasions. But I do consume a lot of eggs nowadays, and I haven't bought any for a while. So, and when I was buying it, my hair was becoming so thick, and traditionally I've had alopecia, but I ended up with really thick hair, which was really hard to cut. So now with the eggs, I'm fine. I'm getting the biotin, I'm getting enough sulfur and all that. Also with the taurine for the keratin binding. My nails as well, pretty good. So, not an issue. But my dad still takes it for his joints and stuff like that. So he's still taking MSM, but I'm not. But other people maybe or maybe not. That's for people's choice. I occasionally do it now and then. I'll buy some and use some occasionally. But I try and eat more eggs nowadays. I used to just eat about, 2 to 3 or 4 eggs. Now I've sort of got into the habit of eating like 6 eggs a day. So I'm eating more eggs, sometimes 8. So I'm getting quite a lot together with the taurine. I'm going, do I need a supplement? Nah, so it's, if you're eating more eggs, yeah, I'd worry less about it. At the time, I wasn't eating as much, maybe because I was a bit lazy. It was just easy to just knock down the supplement quick and easy, at work. It's a bit more complicated with eggs at work in weekdays, which is annoying. I've got into the habit now of sort of having my meal, my steak and all that a bit later, about 4 o'clock or 4:30, rather than having it early and all that, and then getting home in the early evening and actually frying up about 6 or 8 eggs, because I like them fried. I don't like them boiled that much, and so I fry them in butter and I enjoy them that way. And so I try to keep within a 4 to 5 hour window my feeding primarily. So that's what I'm trying to do nowadays. And so I've sort of said, well, I've still got some MSM up there, but I haven't touched it. I just don't bother. Yes. Nah, how are you, mate? Because I love my milk, but don't want excessive sugar, I'll be making some kefir using kefir grains. Good, sounds good to ferment out the sugar. Now the question, is there any danger of drinking 1 litre of kefir a day? Never thought of it that way. It's quite a lot to consume in a day. Do you have to? That's about 4 glasses of milk equivalent. Try and keep it to 2. Keep it to 2, have 2. I think I've had on some occasions 2 glasses of kefir a day. Usually it's 1. But try and keep it to 2, and then, yeah, is what I would do. Now, obviously, a lot of those sort of acid-loving bacteria, so it's less of a problem in that regard. It's the sort of stuff we want, but still, yeah. Like, I can't. There's no research that I can say, that it's a good idea or a bad idea in any way. But I think with those sort of things, it's like a probiotic or whatever. I don't think it's always a good idea to consume probiotics or prebiotics or stuff like that in excess amounts. I don't think on a carnivore diet in particular we need so many bacterial strains. The requirements go slightly down, our requirements. So compared to, metabolizing fiber and stuff like that. So my general idea is probably 1 cup a day, and maybe cut it back to half a liter, 1 cup milk raw, and 1 cup, kefir. Do it that way. Is my sort of approach that I would take. But I have nothing to base. It's just an opinion based on maybe it's not a good idea to consume a horrendous amount of these things. I have noticed that people, when they consider, even I'll have the occasional kombucha, but I won't have like many amounts. And I have played around once, and I did get some sort of gassy effects, some little bit of disturbance in my stool formation and stuff like that. And I realized now it may have been the erythritol, it could have been that, but again, I'm going probably not a good idea to overdo it with any of these things. None of our ancestors did. I know the Inuit used to throw fish and let them ferment, but even they consume a small amount. They're not consuming like massive amounts. Small amount every day isn't an issue. I think if you're starting to do like liters and large amounts, is it a good idea? I don't know. Um, there's no research to tell us either way, this or that way. Yeah, so I don't think it's necessarily a problem. I mean, that's my glass of milk for the day. So still got a bit of the coffee stain on it, but yeah. But at the end of the day, um, even a liter of milk, because you're talking about, you know, milk doesn't have. Trying to remember the amounts now. So, okay, so whole milk. Whole milk. They're looking at about 5. So look at 50 grams per liter. So you're looking at 37.5 per 3. So if you had 3 cups of milk for 37.5, and that's usually, the one that I get is, because it's raw, it's close to like, um, one's actually 4 and the other one's 3.8. So it's actually far less. But the commercial milk, the general commercial milk out there, whole milk is going to have about 5 grams per 100 per 3.53 ounces. So you're looking at 3 glasses, 37.5. There's probably going to be a bit of residual in the kefir stuff, let's say about 1.5 or 2.5. You're definitely going to get close to, for a litre, with 1 glass of that being kefir, you're going to get around a 40 grams. At 40 grams, you can still be ketotic in that regard. So you can still be ketotic. But then, what's Zach saying? Zach's saying 2 to 3 litres. So he's doing about potentially well over 100 grams a day. So, yes. I hope he's physically active and doing a lot of bodybuilding and stuff like that and repleting glycogen while he's doing that. We'll leave it at that. Anyway. Henry, how are you? Hi, I'm 19. I've been low carb for a month. It's a very short amount of time. My skin on my hands, palms, inside elbow, toes, basically everywhere. There's joints of getting wrinkled. Looks like it's aging quickly. Thoughts. You may be reacting to something. So what are you consuming? Maybe an issue. I notice that some people can actually get this. They eat fish, and they react to the fish, and they get these sort of, and then they go back to ruminant animals, and it goes away. So there may be something in the fish. Some people have sensitivity to seafood. Some people have sensitivity to eggs. Some people have sensitivity to different things. So that's a possibility. Yeah, but that's sort of strains symptomatology. Also, I don't know what your background is, and you may have some, genetics that require a certain amount of retinol, and you may not be getting enough on your current diet. Now, you don't need a lot, obviously. You don't. I usually recommend people at most around the 5,000 IUs, not like a massive excessive. And if you have quite a few eggs and stuff like that, you should get enough retinol, and that really helps because that regulates the collagen degrading enzymes. And for any reason, if you've got sensitivity to something in your diet and it's actually creating these issues, it upregulates these MMPs, matrix metalloproteinase, into the skin and create some of these derangements. And the things that regulate are the fat-soluble vitamins, in particular retinol for the skin. Other tissues, it's primarily vitamin D, or a synergy of the two of those, plus MK4 or vitamin K2 plays a bit of a role there as well. So there could be a number of factors. You need to review what you're eating, take things out and test and see what you're reacting to, because it's got to be something you're reacting to. Or drop me an email and just tell me what you eat and stuff like that, and give you a bit of a rundown, and then I may notice something that you may be potentially sensitive and say, well, maybe take this out and see what happens. A bit of trial and error. Yeah, that's the other thing. That's a good thing, good point. You could be, if you're not fat adapted, and this is a good point, if you're not consuming enough water and you're not fat adapted, you won't be producing enough endogenous water. And that's a very good point, Dark-Field Carnivore. So that's another potential issue. So you can actually make, with nicotinamide, which is just a pretty cheap vitamin B3 supplement, you can basically deal with this problem. It actually holds onto hydration in the skin better, and that could be an issue in itself. Or you may be one of those people that requires a bit more of sort of niacin, which comes from eating more piggy. Maybe your ancestors consumed it more, and that can help with hydration of the skin far better than beef. So because it does have more niacin. So do consider that. Very good point. Thank you. Yes, we do. We definitely do. I was posting a Discord about the topic. Yeah, he does have a video. Yeah, that's true. I think yeah. Yes. Okay, Mick. If a person is intolerant to eggs, would chicken liver be a good substitute? Yeah, I'd say, because it's not a very high retinol. It's not as high as beef liver and things like that. I think chicken liver, chicken giblets, which is all the different organs, if people are going to consume to try and get certain vitamins and minerals, it's probably a much better way to go, personally. Yeah, so that would be a better option. Yeah. So yeah, I think you've given it away. You're underweight, which means that you don't have a lot of endogenous fat on you. So if you don't have much fat stores, some of that fat's going to be used for the endocrine system. It'll be prioritized for your hormonal system and other functions in the body and as structural material, which means you're going to have less for hydration. That's endogenous hydration from your own fat cells. So I think that you've hit the nail on the head. I would say it's definitely a hydration issue, and the non-dangerous way, that means low deuterium way, is to consume more fat. So I've had somebody else have a number of issues, and what they did was they started consuming something like 200 to 300 grams for a while. Then they dropped back to about 100 odd of butter, and they were able to fix a lot of those things. So give butter if you can tolerate butter, give that. If you can't tolerate butter, there's ghee as another option as well, which is clarified butter without the proteins or the sugars. Do you think it's possible to develop? No. You've either got a pre-existing condition, Lance. No, because actually carnivore actually provides you with more taurine, and taurine has been shown to reduce tinnitus. My tinnitus has gone away completely since I've been supplementing with taurine. And I wasn't aware of it at the time because I've been doing it for some time now, for a decade, because I had cardiovascular disease and I used it to break down fibrotic tissue in my heart and eliminate it. That's how I got discharged from Cardiology Tasmania, because I don't have fibrosis anymore from the mini heart incident that I had, which was a minor heart attack, didn't kill me, and then I had bypass surgery. But I did suffer from a bit of tinnitus, ringing in the ears, and the more taurine I consumed over the last decade, it pretty much went away. And now even a lot of ear doctors are starting to becoming cluier about it. Like Dad's ear doctor, I actually mentioned to him, and he goes, "Yeah, I'm aware of it." And I go, "Good." So at least we're up to date, which is good. So no, it's not something that it's a pre-existing condition that has probably manifested itself just because of your body sort of bit of being affected by your changing of the stuff you do. But you know, taurine definitely helped me in that regard. And there's a lot of literature where they've deliberately induced tinnitus in rats, and then they've healed them with high dose of taurine, and those was over 3 months, which is equivalent to 9.83 years for humans. So I have to say that I just still had a bit for about 7 odd years, and then after 7 odd years of doing taurine, I noticed it go away and it hasn't come back. So it does take a while it does go down, and it limits it while you're taking taurine, but it doesn't completely go away. It seems only to go away after a couple of years. So it just takes time to heal. Anyway. Any thoughts on tingling, vibration in feet? Defo worse when I eat red meat. I'm mainly having piggy and chicken because of this, but some lemon juice in my water last night, and symptoms lessened. It could be in relation to peripheral issues in that regard, or you may have. Do you do any bushwalking or stuff like that? I have known people having these symptoms where they got a tick they were bitten by a tick, And then they started having some of these issues after a bushwalking episode. They put it down. So, do you go bushwalking? So, you know, you may have acquired a bit of a sensitivity. Now, some people can get a severe sensitivity if they go often bushwalking, or yeah. So yeah, that's not certain what would cause those sort of things. Vibration in the feet. It's a bit. I don't understand what you mean by vibration in the feet. I can understand tingling or sort of what would be called peripheral neuropathy type things in that regard, if that's what you're sort of describing. A good supplement for sort of any such neuropathy is basically L-citrulline. And the thing that's giving me a bit away is that lemon juice or the citric acid can have a bit of a minor vasodilating effect, been known to interact with certain things and have that effect, very minor. But, maybe you need a bit of L-citrulline to get a bit of arginine conversion in there and help that increase the nitric oxide. Give it a try with L-citrulline as a supplement, and it may actually sort the problem out if it's related to that. So no guarantees on that one. Yeah, there's a description of, oh yeah, for the Discord. Yes, there is. So Luke is on that. Luke is the person that usually comes on my channel and so is Necro Kitty. Now she's got the full protocol for, because we went through, because she had some gut issues and stuff like that. So she's got a protocol that me and her worked on. So you can go through and discuss with her, because it's very hard to do it on a live stream. I can answer a question, all that in detail, not always easy. That's why I usually say to people, either go to the Discord, because there's a lot of information that gets circulated within the Discord. I do interact with a number of those people that are there, particular Lukey. So, and they sometimes come back to me and ask me questions about things, and I give them a bit of a comprehensive answer and all that, which isn't practical to do on a live stream. It's just, yeah, you have to give generalized questions, as you can understand. But if you want to go through a bit of a trial and error with things, there's also playlists. I've got gut issues, digestive, I'll call it digestive issues playlist that goes through a lot of things. There's a cancer playlist. There's a taurine playlist. So there's a number of playlists that cover a lot of different issues, and they go into some depth. So something that is not always practical on a live stream. So keep that in mind, guys. Anyway, hi, Harry, 98% carnivore for 3 years, just diagnosed with normal pressure glaucoma with small sunken optical nerve and slight vision loss. Told I'll go blind at some point, had a fixed nerve issue. Taurine plays a big role here, and DHA. So you need to, biggest problem with a lot of these eye problems is, and some of the derangements in the eye are related to oxidative stress, and they can happen for a lot of different reasons. And some fibrosis that can actually happen over time, blue light exposure. So Oggy, this sort of stuff helps to reduce exposure to blue light. And so blue light is well known in the evening to cause these problems. So, and even a lot of some of the ophthalmologists out there are cluing up to it as well. So if you speak to some ophthalmologists and they know about blue light and blue light issues in terms of eye health, you're on somebody that at least is up to date with the information. Some have no idea, but many now do know that blue light is an issue with eye health. So when it comes to glaucoma and pressure and stuff like that, obviously being on a species appropriate diet of carnivore diet is going to be much better. But things like L-citrulline is going to help because it's going to reduce improve the nitric oxide production, and that should help with your eyes. Taurine also helps, and there are options like stem cell type therapies like the Cerule products that Bart sells. They can help as well. They helped him with his eye issues. So those are the sort of things you can actually do to try and help yourself improve your vision and protect your vision. And keep it clean. People that have got these sort of issues and at a higher risk need to keep it much cleaner than the rest. Just keep that in mind, Oggy. But just one point, in the actual eyes, the highest concentration of taurine is in the eyes compared to any other organ. That should tell you something, in terms of, because protein folding in the eye, derangements in protein folding are part of the glaucoma effect. And the only substance in the body that regulates and makes sure the protein folding happens the right way is taurine, nothing else. So that needs to be part of your intake. So keep that in mind. Anyway. Aaron, how are you, mate? Justin, g'day, how are you? Any thoughts on potential problems and what avoid regarding generic soaps, shampoos and other basic skin products? Tallow soaps worth a try? Yes. I use goat soap. I find that milk in particular is in pH, it's much closer to that of your skin, and it seems to be much milder in that regard. Some people don't mind tallow. Some people don't like the in order not to. I have an issue with some of the fragrance that they put in tallow to reduce the sort of you could say, the smell factor. And so I have a few issues where I find that when it comes to goat milk-based soaps, less of an issue. But the more chemicals and stuff that is in there, the more problematic they're going to be. I don't use any shampoo, basically. I don't use any skin products. And I only use soap. And it's goat soap to wash my hair, body, and my hands. And I keep it at that, nothing else. So there's a couple of different soaps out there you can buy. Some goat soaps with ash, which is also good for the skin, and some without. And it's not in a bad price range. You can find quite a few. One that's about $2 odd. The other one's about $1.80, and the other one's about $3, which has got the ash. But generally speaking, all three have got very little the problematic chemicals in them. So I would definitely gravitate towards something like that. Yes, your skin doesn't need to be chemically experimented on, is my sort of view. And most people, once they move away from the commercial stuff, they notice a lot of improvements in their skin. I did as well, because I used to have some skin issues. So sometimes some people are more sensitive to some of the chemicals in the skin. I don't even use spray or fragrance, nothing. I do shower twice a day as a consequence of that. But, I'd rather do that than put a whole lot of chemistry on my body, pretty much. That's my personal preference anyway. Say no more, growing boy. Okay, not a problem. Not really. A1C, I don't really, when it comes to look, a lot of people worry about hemoglobin A1C. I personally don't on a carnivore diet. I think the only thing that can actually raise blood sugar levels is if you're cheating a lot and stuff like that. If you're keeping it pretty clean, not an issue. And there is about 24% of the population, like me, I'm one of them. I've done a video on that covering how low serum calcium, some people like myself who have got pastoral genes don't absorb calcium very well. And so we need a bit of, dairy products to get our calcium levels up. And I know that because when I went paleo, I had high slight arrhythmias and a higher heart rate. And when I put the dairy back in and get the calcium and my serum calcium goes up, it rectifies that and it brings down my blood sugars as well into the 4 millimole range. If I don't have any, my blood sugars go above the 5 millimole range. So it can be a serum calcium issue as well. So it can be a bit more complicated. So rather than milk doing the wrong thing, the calcium in it will probably do the right thing for you. Now, obviously, if you consume, liters and liters like Zach does, and the more sugar you get in, obviously, it's going to be more problematic. Now, obviously, when we look at galactose, which is the other half, like lactose is half galactose, half glucose. Now, that galactose is not sucrose. It's not fructose. It's converted to glucose. So, technically speaking, at the end of the day, both galactose or galactose will turn into glucose. So, so it doesn't behave the same way. It doesn't have the same glycating effect. It doesn't have the same issues. But obviously, the more sugar you consume of any source, it's potentially going to raise the amount. But if you're only doing 1 or 2 glasses of milk, it's just too low, the amount in that regard. You're talking about 25 grams of carbohydrates for 2 glasses. Even less, actually, because a glass is 244. And we're talking about that's 488 grams equivalent, or milliliters. So at that sort of range, 2 glasses of milk is going to be neither here or there. Even with, you sort of, if we look at the regular, because usually the raw one that I get is about 3.8, but let's just take the general commercial stuff about 5, 4.88, about 24.4. So you can still be in ketosis at that level and have normal blood sugar, So I don't think it's a problem. Now, obviously, on a carnivore diet, what we've actually found is our red blood cells live for longer. And that's what also means that when red blood cells circulate longer, they tend to become slightly more glycated. So the A1C goes up, but when we actually look at a continuous glucose monitor, our our levels tend to be in the 4 millimole range, below 5. Many people who have done this experiment, they've found their A1C being slightly higher than somebody on keto, or when they were keto, and then they look at the day-to-day from a glucose monitor, and it's not. And they go, why is that the case? Well, simply put, the reason for that is because your red blood cells are now surviving longer, and so have got the potential to be glycated a bit more. That doesn't mean your serum levels of glucose are high continuous. So, yeah, it's not, for carnivores, it's not a very accurate measure, A1C, personally. That's my personal view, and there are many others that have come across along to that, because it just doesn't make sense how you can actually have, relatively low levels of blood sugar on a glucose monitor and then end up with a higher A1C that somebody who's pretty much before having slightly higher on a low carb diet compared to a carnivore diet, but having a lower A1C. It's the contradiction. It's the opposite. So, it's quite clear that the red blood cells are surviving longer because of the better nutrition. And as a consequence of that, they're getting slightly more glycated. But that's not an issue for us. At the end of the day, what we're concerned is how much, not so much the red blood cells, but the endothelium. That means your blood vessels. Are they being overglycated? If they are, then that's a problem. We know that glycocalyx, those little hairline things, they could collapse for up to 6 hours from a lot of sugar. So that's a problem. And then it opens up the artery for assaults and more stickiness. So, yeah, because those little hairline things create a negative charge that, so things don't become sticky, don't get attracted. They bounce off that pericellular matrix around your LDL, around your all the different, even whatever organisms may be running through your bloodstream. All those have got a pericellular matrix with a negative charge and, negative. But if you collapse those, then you create a more positive charge, which you can actually stick things to. And that could create problems. Well, we know it. If you chronically do, you cause problems to the endothelium, you will create problems. Anyway. I'll get it. I've had a few problems with StreamYard recently. Yeah, don't know. That's the main thing. Alex, Harry no longer moves. Thanks, mate. I was in freeze mode. The world stopped for a moment. Scandemic, how are you, mate? Anyway, is it important to avoid having meat and dairy in the same meal, having dairy a couple of hours after or before? I usually keep them separate. Like I've already had some lamb chops earlier, and now it's, I'm having this at about 7. That was about 3-ish. I should have actually finished this, but I haven't. Yeah, and so I usually have it a few hours later on its own. I keep them separate anyway. And it's for me, I primarily do it because the mass, I keep it separate as well, but I do it just to guarantee that I'm going to pull in enough calcium because of my genetic requirements. which is the key thing that I'm more concerned about. Is why I do it, basically. It's not about the insulin or anything like that. I don't worry about that. Because when you're in a low carb state, the insulin to glucagon error is much lower. Glucagon is slightly temping down insulin. You only get insulin signaling. So I wouldn't worry too much. Do you reckon it would be possible to ferment with the made by cow milk, given that the bacteria got destroyed when it is pressed? Yes, it's fine, because the kefir, remember the kefir stuff, the kefir grains, they do have certain lactobacillus or type strains in them, and they will actually grow those. You can add some additional ones as well with a broad spectrum, lactobacillus supplement, if you want to add a few extras beyond the ones that are in with a kefir grain. So remember, you don't actually need the water. The milk. You can actually use kefir in milk, in water, and put a bit of sugar, and it will actually use that. So the milk just adds additional stuff to it in that regard. Additional nutrition, flavor, taste, stuff like that. So I enjoy it more as a milk rather than a water. So that's the reason. So you can use, I've used made by cow personally. So because it's creamier, I enjoyed that way better compared to, I did it once with water. I didn't really like it. So yeah. So if Hello Kitty's actually getting some kefir again. I haven't had some for a while now, so I'll get some grains off her once they grow, and I'll do a bit of a batch for a week or two, and then I'll get bored with doing it. I'll leave it at that. But yeah, I do it now and then, but it's not a constant thing. I do need to contact somebody. There is, I'll just say something, Jack. There is, I'm trying to work out whether I can source a specific broad spectrum, which has got some really beneficial stuff that's actually been in research of the lactobacillus strains. It's in America, it's in the US, it's a family business, but they don't sell outside like in Australia or other areas, which is a bit of a hassle. So I'm trying to see whether I can find a supplier or someone that may be interested in sort of getting it into Australia. If not, I may have to find somebody else to buy it for me and then me reimburse them and do it that way. So I'm looking for options at the moment, and once I've got some options, then I may look, because I don't want to actually having to go and hassle someone in a sense. So, but if I have to, I will, because I want to give it a bit of a try in my next kefir experiment in that regard. Anyway, yes, it is lower in copper and it is lower in retinol as well. Yeah, I actually do buy some, and it is high in menaquinone 4 as a chicken pate. So I actually do buy some chicken pate, and I have to say I really damn like it. And I buy my chicken pate and I cut little squares of chicken brie, and combine it. Oh, it's really nice with brie chicken pate. If you haven't tried it, you should try it. Very nice. I enjoy it anyway. Yeah, look, most people, that's what I mean. That usually they resolve these issues. One, they're getting enough protein. If they're eating enough protein, that's a critical, the 1-to-1 protein to fat. If you're getting enough protein in, it resolves your electrolyte issues, and also you're getting enough taurine to regulate the electrolytes or the different minerals in your body. And also, if you got too much, it'll get rid of them. If you got too little, it'll recycle them. So it's one of those osmotic Swiss Army knives in regulating fluids and the mineral ions in the body, in the fluids of the body. So yeah, it is one good way of going about it. And look, it takes a while. The longer you keep it, you keep it on closer to a species appropriate diet. Over time, it will resolve these issues, but not immediately. So it'll get better. But yeah. Yeah, look, taurine or Tab-K, which one should I take? I'll take taurine. For, like stomach issues or gut issues or stuff like that, especially for stomach issues, Tudka is useful. I've used it in the past. But generally speaking, taurine, because it does have Tudka is sort of, you could say, a sort of a type of metabolite, taurine type related metabolite. So yeah, it's useful. I eat 1 to 2 p.m. or around 6 to 7 p.m. Take taurine, glycine, NAC. I don't think you need NAC personally. That's my personal opinion. I don't think you need glycine if you're getting enough, if you're eating enough animal foods. Yeah, taurine's a different thing. I think that's a good biohack because it has a whole lot of other benefits beyond just nutrition. It's a biohack extraordinaire, and also great for apoptosis and dealing with, damaged mitochondria, damaged cells, senescent cells, senescent immune cells, reducing those, reducing glycation throughout the body, sorting out misfolded proteins. One of the biggest things that slowly over time degrades the body is the chaotic problem of protein misfolding, and taurine fixes a lot of protein misfolding. So that's one of the hallmarks of aging, is protein misfolding, and taurine does a lot of that in sorting that out. So I view it not just as a nutrient, but as a biohack beyond just nutrients, in sorting out protein structures in the body, sorting up, by fixing up protein refolding in the right way, it can actually lower entropy in the body. So it manipulates water to bring down entropy, disorder in the body. Yes, I need to do that video. It's yes, it's a magical substance. So if there's one thing that I'd definitely supplement for the rest of my life, it'd be taurine, because everything else I can get from the diet or the sun, especially if in the tropics, I don't really have to worry about supplementation of vitamin D. How safe is evaporated milk without any added sugar? It has synthetic vitamin A. That's probably one thing that will actually, I'd say no to. So yeah, look, yeah, you don't need that sort of crap. Let's put it that way. That's more Frankenstein food. I'm getting a great deal on bacon. Good for you. But it has 0.5 added sugar per 100 grams. Take it or leave it. It's very low in that regard. Personally, I wouldn't sort of purchase it. but I don't know what your finances are, and I'd rather you eating animal products rather than eating sugar or eating plants with a lot of the anti-nutrients. And if you're only doing 200, which means you're only getting pretty much a gram, because you mean a gram, don't you? There's half a gram. You don't mean, because if it's milligrams, yeah, I think you mean a gram. Yeah, it's still very, very low in that regard. But I wouldn't consume a lot of it because it still has fructose, and fructose is fructose. It's a problem. It does cause issues with inhibiting the proper functioning of your mitochondria. So yeah, I view sugar as very problematic. That is fructose, pretty much. You know, like our dear friend Saladino, honey guzzler and fruitarian that he's turning into. Anyway, you're welcome. Yeah. Try the butter. Get the extra energy. I had a young person who, and it usually happens to young people, they go on a carnivore diet, they lean out. He leaned out quite a bit. And he started feeling, I don't feel like I've got enough energy. I don't feel this and all that. And I go, well, you don't have as much adipose tissue anymore. That's your problem. And you're getting into sort of like a rabbit starvation state. So I said, start consuming some butter. And once he started putting some butter back, he felt great. So he was lacking the fat. Additives in bacon, safe, more specifically, emulsifiers. Look, personally, I've got less problems with nitrates. I've got more problems with all these other damn things that they throw in there. A whole chemistry set to be, so I'd be less concerned about that sort of stuff. Yeah. Everybody's concerned about nitrates, but plants actually have a greater amount, like green leafy vegetables, greater amount than anything else. So, yes. Anyway, is vitamin D2 produced by plants harmful to humans? We don't convert it very well. It's very poorly converted. So why bother? I know people use mushrooms for that purpose, outdoor mushrooms or ones that have been specially. Why would you bother? Just get out in the sun. Or there are animal foods that have got vitamin D, and there's also, supplemental, and I'd rather take something which is a D3 than a D2. We don't have any experiments. Let's put it that way. We have no real experiments on what D2 does, whether it displaces or not, or what it causes. It seems that people on vitamin D2 tend to not, they still get higher than somebody taking no vitamin D, but they don't get very high. It tends to be much lower, in the lower normal range, or just below normal range in the mildly deficient. It doesn't seem to work as well. Now, there's two schools of thought. One is a question of conversion rate. The other is a question that the body can't handle it as well. So both those schools, we've never really done proper experiments in humans to show exactly, because certain things can actually, some animals can take plant D2 and convert it into D3 very easily. They got the conversion, the enzymes. We seem to not be very good at that. So is it a conversion issue, or is it causing some other derangement? There's two different schools of thought in that regard. And we've never done proper experiments on humans to really work out exactly because of the unethicalness of doing those experiments, apparently, is what they say. But anyway, so it is what it is. And you don't need to use any of these sort of things. Should I use floor cleaning? Hydrogen peroxide. I use vinegar. Now, hydrogen peroxide is okay. If I'm going to use anything, I'd use hydrogen peroxide, if anything. But personally, I actually use vinegar. I know it may not sound trendy or may not sound, but I basically, my benches, I wipe them down with I get white vinegar, and I use white vinegar to wipe down all the surfaces and the flooring. If I actually have one of those steam, which I don't use any chemicals whatsoever, just a steam mop that creates a steam and actually just cleans the surface and kills everything through high heat. So I prefer using that sort of stuff. I try to minimize, because a lot of chemicals are endocrine disruptors. They get in your body through, either your skin absorbs them or you ingest them, and they do cause problems. And I try and keep away from all that crap that's out there. So I try to minimize the amount of chemistry that I get exposed to. So, steam mops are not that expensive, to buy one. And using white vinegar, just regular, cheap white vinegar. I'll show you mine. It's just cheap stuff that I get from the supermarket. That's basically it. It's called cleaning vinegar, white vinegar. Oops. So you don't need any of the other stuff to wipe down your benches. It's the best way to wipe them down. And the other nice thing about it is, like on my chopping board as well, where I chop meats, and well, wash it, with sort of this biodegradable. I forget the name of it. It's one of those ocean something or whatever it's called, and I've ran out of it, so I don't have a bottle to show you. Have to get some tomorrow, and it pretty much doesn't have any issues. And I'll wash certain things with that, and then I'll use vinegar to wipe down everything. So I try to minimize my exposure to stuff. I think that's the safest way to try and live your life, mate. Do you think about back to will I lose it eating the oxalate diet? Not really, because oxalobacter, but you're still producing some oxalate endogenously from purines and stuff like that. So it's not as if you don't produce zero. So no, I wouldn't worry at all about it. Or the thing that you have to worry about is oxalobacter is more sensitive to things like glyphosate, which has a patent against it, as a low grade antibiotic. So when people eat plants that have been sprayed with glyphosate or Roundup, as it's called in Australia, pretty much they're getting a continuous dose of um, low grade antibiotics every single day. And Oxalobacter and like a lot of the lactobacillus strains, they take a big hit each time. You're more likely to be at risk of losing certain strains from that sort of crap than anything else. So I wouldn't be concerned too much. Let's not forget Inuit. Hardly any whatsoever. Just, because remember, Solobacter and all that can also use proteins as well, amino acids. So I would not worry one iota about that. Somebody telling their story. What do you think about the decrease in gut microbiome diversity in general and permanently losing so-called good bacterial strains following a carnivore diet? Well, you don't actually lose um, what you lose is the quantity. That means the same species still exist there. They just reduce in numbers. That's a different thing altogether. Now, some strains will reduce slightly more, others will reduce slightly less. I'll give you an example. Bifidobacteria usually goes up. The two main big groups are Bifidobacteria and Firmicutes. They're the two main groups. And then you've got all these other smaller subgroups like Lactobacillus and all the other stuff. The two big ones are those. Bifidobacteria goes up on a carnivore diet. Firmicutes goes down slightly. On a vegan diet, it's the complete opposite. Firmicutes goes up, and so do a lot of the inflammatory markers. I've actually done a video on that. If you check the myths and falsehoods of veganism, there's a playlist. It actually covers this about the issue with the change in the gut microbiome when you put more plants in. A number of the inflammatory interleukins go up when you eat more meat, and the bifidobacteria ones, which are more, especially a lot of the acid-loving bacteria, they go up in numbers. Actually, the opposite happens. So I think that's a bust, that whole myth about that you need fiber. It's the complete opposite. Again, like all these, it's just they got it all back to front because they're pushing a narrative. Because if this was an issue, those Maasai and those Inuit would have really a lot of problems, wouldn't they? So yeah, it's a lot of this gut microbiome nonsense is just nonsense. When we eat a species appropriate diet, two things happen. Your gut is regulated better. Certain strains will increase, certain strains will decrease. They don't vanish, they just decrease in numbers. Anybody that says they vanish has no idea what they're talking about. And I would say they are completely incompetent if they're saying they die off completely. They don't. They reduce in numbers. So you could say there's a bit of a die off, but they don't die off completely. So anybody claiming that they're dying off completely is wrong. Just because you need one species less, it doesn't mean your gut microbiome is less healthy. As I pointed out, the big two main groups are bifidobacteria and Firmicutes. Species appropriate diet, bifidobacteria goes up, and they tend to lower the inflammatory interleukins and increase those markers that are anti-inflammatory. And on a plant-based diet, it's the complete opposite. And you can actually see the research in the videos that I've done covering this exact point. Then taurine regulates the gut microbiome and also regulates how much it grows, because too much growth in the gut microbiome, we end up with small intestinal bacterial overgrowth called SIBO. That's unhealthy when you've got too much bacterial growth. And on a plant-based diet, that's exactly what happens. And that's why you end up with low stomach acidity and all these other problems because of overgrowth of bacteria all the way through the small intestine into the stomach. That's creating a lot of problems. And the thing that actually cleanses all this stuff, helps eliminate this, taurine out of animal foods, tends to re-regulate all this sort of stuff. It suppresses spermidine. That means the sort of stuff that actually it's good for, so spermidine should be down there where you need to grow, increase the sperm numbers. We don't need it in the gut. We need it to be suppressed, the production of spermidine, in order to not increase the amount of bacterial overgrowth. So, yes, the amount of bacterial goes down, but you don't need as much. And still, Paul Mason has actually done a video showing quite clearly that the amount of short-chain fatty acids go up. And the only one that actually goes up more on a plant-based diet is acetone. And acetone can be converted back to glucose through the liver. So not a good idea. So I would stick to the type of short-chain fatty acid forms that come from meat. So that's another one for meat on that count. And you just have to go and check my videos on the myths and falsehoods of veganism to get the other information. So, because I back up everything with research studies showing exactly, and it's not epidemiological nonsense, observational, that's just garbage. This highly confounded and statistically, let's say, adjusted, which means fabrication. It's like taking a measurement of a pulsar, a physicist, and saying, I don't like that. It doesn't fit my model. So I'm going to adjust those variables so it fits my model. That's fabrication of reality. That's what they do with a lot of this epidemiological. They don't stick to the raw data. They adjust it so they can actually show the complete opposite in some cases. It's like the Aventis study. The people that were consuming the more meat were actually healthier, but the way they actually adjusted the data, it actually became 180 degrees in the other direction. And I've got a video that Grundy talks about the people back when they were doing those studies in the 50s and 60s, they were eating 50% dairy. And if you take a look, the other animal foods, you combine those, they were nearly getting 2/3 animal foods. That's the sort of vegetarian diet they were doing back then that was being recommended in Loma Linda. I don't see them doing any studies nowadays. I wonder why, because they've shifted more to plant-based like the sad dieters, and they're not having those advantages that those people back then with more animal-based vegetarianism had more advantages. I wonder why. So say no more. And that was one thing that Grundy actually, he was a cardiologist there, and he actually admitted it, because he actually criticized the nutritionist there at Loma Linda that isn't that quite a lot of dairy, which is very high in saturated fat. And they said, we've always done it this way. This is how we do it, Mr. Grundy, basically telling him it's none of your business. This is how we've been doing it for quite a few decades, putting him on a very high saturated fat, animal-based dairy diet with some other animal foods and some vegetables. So, yeah, say no more in that regard. Doesn't surprise me. It's consistent with other pastoral societies, Icaria, pastoral, Sardinia in the mountains, pastoral, goats and sheep. Goats on Icaria only. I think they have some sheep, but primarily goats. In the Costa Rican Nagoya Peninsula, it's pretty much arid. You don't really grow plants there. A bit of fruit seasonal, but it's primarily, again, the cowboys. They herd, animals around. So, Yeah, I mean, now along the tourist areas, yeah, there's more plant-based, but the actual people that lived there, the so-called longevity people that were cowboys, what were they eating? They were eating the meat that they actually, from those animals that they herded around. It's, as I said, once you look into the details about these so-called blue zones, you realize, God almighty, have they fabricated a reality. Yes. So this is just more the nonsense on the gut microbiome. We understand more about the surface of the moon than we understand about the gut microbiome and what every strain does and doesn't do, and all that. We've got some idea. We know that some strains cause an increase in inflammation, some don't. But on a lot of things, yes, we've got very little knowledge. I mean, very, very little knowledge in that regard. So keep that in mind, because a lot of better finish it nearly. It's past 7:30. God. Okay, sculling milk. God, this is what it gets to sometimes. Sorry. So, yeah. So the thing is, if people, Richard's not there. He's gone. Anyway, so people should check out my gut, the one that I call digestive issues. So I go right through and cover the stomach and cover the gut and cover all these things, and you'll get a lot of good information on the sort of things that actually help and don't help, because unfortunately there's just too much there's just too much misinformation out there, unfortunately. So yeah, so I would say do go out and check those. You get a lot of benefit out of it in that regard. So anyway, I better move on. Okay. Now we have more diversity as carnivores. Yep. Yeah. It varies. It varies quite a bit. And it says a lot about people living in different environments as well. So, but I'd agree with Paul that somebody who goes on a species appropriate diet isn't necessarily going to have less diversity, but they'll have different composition. That's the word that I should have used. Composition of the gut microbiome will change. So you're not going to lose the firmicutes, as I said earlier. They'll just decrease. You still need some of them, and the other ones, the bifidobacteria, will increase, and some strains more than others. It depends. It varies. It also varies with the type of animal foods you're eating as well. So people eating eggs or eating piggy or seafood or stuff like that tend to have certain strains that will actually increase or decrease based on whether they're eating more ruminant animals or eating a bit more seafood or eating a bit more eggs and stuff like that. There's a lot of diversity there, and still we don't really understand it as well, and all that. So yeah, one of the others is, the Vagoons. You hear them like Hench the moron, the roid abuser, and he's another Vagoon that tends to talk about Prevotella, which is part of the firmicutes, and that goes up. Well, actually, it causes inflammation. It's not a good thing. So it just shows how completely ignorant these people are. So they will argue these things, and then, that's why I say do check my myths and falsehoods. They got some really good polemic against the Vagoon nonsense and misinformation. Anyway, you're welcome, mate. What's Chana asking? Any insights as to what I should do about constant sinus problems? So taking 9 to 10 grams a day to expunge some inflammation and liver fibrosis and some choline, kind of for almost a year. Okay. I know that taurine helps with like little polyps you get in the actual sinuses and stuff like that. Vitamin D is very important as well to improve the sinuses. So is your vitamin D status much better? That's the other thing. And also I've found that some people respond really well with lysine. So, use lysine like cream for things like acne and things like little things that little growths on your skin and stuff like that, or little ulcerations or stuff like that. Well, it seems to help also. Taking supplemental lysine seems to help with some of these sinus issues. Taurine also helps with the fibrosis part that can actually emerge with some of those little nodules emerging inside the actual nose. So that can be an issue in itself. And you're talking about liver fibrosis, okay? Yeah, well, taurine and choline are going to help there for that sort of stuff. Depending on what the pre-existing damage was, it can take a few years to happen. So it won't happen in 1 year. Remember, it took me 20 grams of taurine with a bit of choline. It took me about to eliminate my heart fibrosis, approximately nearly a decade, close to it, and very similar period of time to eliminate the glassing of my left lung, which had a lot of fibrosis. So it takes time, because it takes about a decade for cellular turnover, and all the experiments done on rats, it's about between 2 to 4 months. Let's say on average 3 months. 3 months is the equivalent of 9.83 years. Sorry to say, but that's the reality. And obviously things like little sort of fibrotic tissue or in the sinuses can be an issue in that regard. But yeah, it takes time, I say to people, to heal. I know I sound like a bad sort of record in that regard. So just one other question, just in case now, are you talking about heart sinus or this sinus? Just to be that we're on the same page, because you could be meaning that. Yeah, taurine would be the main thing for that. That's what also causes arrhythmias. If that's what you're talking about, I may have misunderstood. Just to be on the safe side, because it's spelt the same way. Just for people out there that don't know, yes, there is that sort of thing as well. Can you actually let me know? Because there is the Sinus nasal is a bit of upper respiratory. Okay. Okay. So I was talking about the right stuff. Yeah. The lysine still counts. If it's the heart stuff, the lysine's not required. Um, so just clarifying that, because there is, we do have sinus nodes inside the actual heart, which, that, and that's part of the way the arrhythmia of the heart. So, and usually that goes a bit out of whack, and that's called an arrhythmia. Yeah, and that can also be caused by a number of conditions in the heart. I wasn't sure because I thought about it because I'm going, oh, liver, oh, fibrosis. She's talking about the heart and liver, and so yeah, I wasn't. That's why you have to, just for future reference, people just need to remember that when you do use the word sinus, the same word is used for heart rhythm, or your nasal. So maybe using the word nasal will tell me, yep, it's that. So okay, good. Yeah, because otherwise it can be confusing. And because I thought about it, and I go, oh, maybe she meant something different. So I did. Luckily, we're on the same page. Yes, but you can understand how it very easily become confusing. It's not my fault that the medical books write it the same way. Yes. Anyway, oh, I found a live stream. Yes, you're an animal. Yes, yes, you did. You did. Where have you been hiding? In some unpleasant place, I hope. Mm. Harassing innocent bystanders, I hope. Doing what you do best, urinating on all of those poor souls out there. Uh, anyway, we'll move on from those sort of frivolities in that regard. G'day, Dave. How's life in the fast lane? How is life treating you? Now, I know you escaped from you know the UK, and I know you were back in Barcelona. Are you back in the Balkans, enjoying some nice lamb and goat cheese, or not? Did you go back to Bulgaria or not? I was originally diagnosed with PBCAI, but had a biopsy in the liver, which discounted that. Okay, so you were misdiagnosed for, what is it? The hepatitis, isn't it? I think it is the hepatitis-induced thing. That's from hepatitis B, I think it is. I think, from memory. Cirrhosis and hep. Yep, yep. Thanks, Richard. I thought it was. Just trying to remember. She had a liver biopsy, which discounted that. Okay. Autoimmune hep. Okay. Okay. Vitamin D really plays an important role in that, in bringing autoimmunity. So you have to push it up to the high normal range to sort out those sort of things. So it really helps. Yes, colloidal silver nebulizer. I've actually still got some colloidal silver in my fridge. I did use it in a nebulizer a while back. I wonder whether I don't know whether it's got a date on it. Anyway, I'm sort of on the fence when it comes dark field. I think it's okay, like topical, okay as a nebulizer sort of thing. I'm a bit, because it seems to cause potentially like some I'm worried about what it does to the gut microbiome nowadays, and I'm less interested in I don't like ingesting it as a nebulizer. Yeah, I've got no problems with that. Just for the actual sinus areas and stuff like that. Yeah, that's fine. But I would have a bit of concern, going the other way. So yeah, so that's good thinking about that. What was that? Kangaroos everywhere I look. Are you in Australia, mate? Duffield carnivores out there, fighting with kangaroos, boxing kangaroos. I bet, Dave. So, carnivore diet increases gut microbiome diversity, or does it decrease it? It varies it. To be more precise, it varies it. Too much is called small intestinal bacterial overgrowth. When you've got too much bacteria, it's not a good thing, whatever diet you're on. Growth needs to be kept in what we want is a certain level of diversity, than growth. So keep that in mind. It doesn't, so diversity is fine. Growth is not a good thing. Long term, if you don't feed it enough, you'll get a bit of a dieback. But it's much better to have a certain level and not have excess. Excess bacteria is a problem. Too little bacteria from like antibiotics, glyphosate, stuff like that kills off a lot of things, and usually kills off the wrong ones, the beneficial ones, rather than the non-beneficial ones. So that's more of an issue. Yeah, usually those Oxalobacter ones are pretty much considered and so that you're still getting some endogenously produced, not a lot, but some endogenously produced oxalate from animal foods, and so they will still have something to use. Plus, they still can utilize amino acids as well. So it's not completely, and other proteins that get discarded and stuff like that through the bile. So I wouldn't worry too much, because there's been a number of carnivores that have gone out there and actually done a bit of a gut microbiome test, and they've got they've got a slightly reduced, but just as diverse. So it's a bit of a myth. It's just different strains, as I said. The bifidobacteria type go higher, the Firmicutes types go lower. That's all that happens. Neither it gets eliminated, neither gets to catastrophic low levels. They just reduce slightly, and the composition changes. And it's actually a good thing. Go and check my videos on that. You'll actually see how they are. Those ones are that on a plant-based diet go up, are more pro-inflammatory in the gut, and the other ones that go up on an animal-based diet are less inflammatory. So, take your pick, in a sense. I know which team I want to be on, the less inflammatory one in the gut. Yes. And it doesn't surprise me with all the gut issues that the Vagoons have, all the plant-based people. Anyway. You guys are still having conversations amongst yourselves. I'm just going to jump through until I get to another question. So, because I'm falling behind. Okay. It actually varies a bit between between people. It does vary a bit, you know. So some people will tend to be close to the 5 millimoles either way in some regards. There's been a few people out there that have been a bit higher, in the higher end of the 5 millimole, like 5.8, stuff like that. And some even going close to 6 nearly. Most tend to be around the 5, some below, some above. There's a bit of variability there. And, nobody's done an experiment to really know whether certain animal foods or certain lifestyle factors. There's a whole lot of, when it comes to red blood cells, how long they stay in circulation, there's a lot of factors. There's environmental pollutants and environmental things that can actually affect the way your body is working. The amount of, I'll give you an example. I can walk past a car, ingest some of the hydrocarbons from that vehicle's exhaust, and it will raise my insulin. Got it? And it also will raise my blood sugar as well. So it's an interesting thing. So environmental things can. So if you're in let's say a big city like New York, you're going to be exposed to more of these hydrocarbon environmental pollutants that potentially will raise your blood sugar far more than somebody living in a rural area or a small town. I tend to, when I go out walking or exercising or stuff like that, I tend to try and keep away from the main streets for that reason. Unfortunately, I live in a cul-de-sac, have to come out to a main street and then go down a certain distance, then to walk up a little laneway to come out to another area which has a very little traffic. But yeah, so that's, as I said, it's complicated where it should be, because it's not only the diet, it can be other factors as well. As a child, I guzzled down milk, especially gold top stuff. Then the rest of my life dietary ignored. I just went for small amounts of skimmed, like a lot of people did. Back on the real stuff again, and love it. Exactly. Me too. Roadkill has it all. He basically, he's probably got an old Holden, and he runs down kangaroos. I wouldn't be surprised. My old man with an old Holden took a couple of kangaroos out. So yeah, roadkill, as fresh as it gets. Look what you're doing, Dark Field Carnival. You're encouraging Zach to go out and kill the fauna. G'day, Scotty. How are you, mate? Yes, we're having a few frivolities with some of these characters here, or I am, or they're having a bit with me. Yeah, yes, I do get. I didn't actually. Oh, that's. I was intending going down to the farmers market this morning. I forgot all about it. Anyway, here's next Sunday. As I remembered, g'day Bjorn. Thanks, mate. It's good to see you as well. I've still got that ham, haven't I? Yeah, I just consume that. Yes. I need to get some of my pork ribs as well. Another pack of pork ribs. They were nice. Yeah, I've still got some in the fridge at work. They were nice, actually. I'm going to enjoy those tomorrow. Has anybody put the Discord link? Okay, so the Meat Militia Discord is right there. So just go to that. Yeah, it's Bart's. Yeah, thanks, Scotty. It is Bart's. He's doing what? You gotta be kidding. Uh, thanks, Syndrome. You seem to keep your nose into everybody's business. Joey is now falling for breatharian BS. You got to be kidding me. Ah. Oh, God. Anyway, you'll have to learn the hard way by suffering a bit more. Let's start a Rue Terry raw milk kefir brand, first of its kind. Actually, it would be a good idea, actually, to encourage people to do something like that. Man podcast, Dr. Peter Attier discusses ApoB-LDL and infers causation of atherosclerosis was established. No, it wasn't. That's just nonsense. Absolute nonsense. There's Matthew. There's nothing. It's just that's just not crap. There's not one piece. There's a lot of epidemiological studies, like observation studies. No, that is completely and utterly. There's a U curve, and it's completely and utterly nonsense. Let me find. Hold on. I know where I've got it. I will have to go to my drive. Give me a sec. And please persevere with me, and I'll find it shortly. Go away. All these damn notifications. Absolutely annoying. Just bear with me for a sec. I'm trying to find it, and yeah, so I can actually explain it, and then you'll understand what I mean. Why a lot of this sort of stuff is just nonsense that people come up with. It's just absolute nonsense. It's like a never-ending parade of nonsense. Sorry about this, guys. amateur time, a bit unorganised. So. When you want it, you can't find it. Isn't that always the case? No. Nope, not that one. It's not in that folder. Freaking hell. When you want to find something, it's always hard to find it. God, oh boy. Yeah, I can't find it. You'll have to ask me next time in that regard. What I will do is I'll leave a link of it, Matthew, for you, just particular, and you'll be able to see that when you look at the LDL levels, anything below 200, so 2 to 240 is the lowest level. Anything above that, there weren't a lot of data points. It just slightly rises. And anything below 200, it actually increases the incidences of death. And that is that's the best population group because it's millions of data points. hundreds and hundreds of thousands of data points. And that's important, So I'll leave a link for you and you'll be able to see it, that it makes no sense. There is a thing called the Bradford-Hill criteria. The Bradford-Hill criteria is the guy that actually came up with did the epidemiological studies on smoking. All the studies that cover LDL-C have less than an odds ratio. So like they say, there is 27% or 37%, increase in incidences of cardiovascular disease from higher LDL, as an example. 37% in the odds ratio, this is statistics now we're talking about, is a statistical odds ratio of relative risk that is 1.37. In order to just generate a hypothesis, this shows he's a doctor. They're ignorant about statistics, but understands this. This guy doesn't. He sees 37% or something like that and sort of wets his pants. That's the problem with doctors. They should stick to what they know, pharmacology and surgical techniques. A scientist knows in epidemiological observational studies, you need, just to generate a hypothesis, an odds ratio of 2 to 3. To infer, that means not prove causality, but infer. You can't establish causality with 1.32. You can't even establish, it's statistical noise. Can't even establish a hypothesis at that level to justify a hypothesis at that level. Most epidemiologists say it has to be between an odds ratio of 6 and 10. Bradford-Hill, who set up the Bradford-Hill criteria that showed that if you have an inverse relationship, something that actually is causal cannot have an instance of inverse relationship. An ignorant doctor would not understand this, but a statistician does, because they know that if you show an inverse relationship, something that is the opposite, it can't be causal, because something that is causal must always associate. Always. Can't be, doesn't associate some cases, it always associates. And it increases with the dose and decreases as the dose reduces of whatever it is. It's like cyanide. You increase the cyanide, it'll kill you faster. If you decrease it, it'll kill you slower. Smoking. Higher smoking will increase lung cancer in the population. Lower will decrease it and have lower incidences. And that's why because you're able to establish, like for smoking, it was 10, an odds ratio of 10 to 30, with an average, a medium average of an odds ratio of 20. We're talking about thousands of percent here, not 37%, thousands of percent. That's what you need to establish an inference. You understand what an inference is? An inference is that the likelihood that it could be anything else is unlikely. So it's likely this to be the causal. You haven't proven causality. You can only do that with an experiment. That means locking up people and getting them to smoke, or getting them to basically, all controlled, like they do with the rats, where they control everything. You'd have to do that with humans over a lifetime. You couldn't get it through an ethics committee. So there is no evidence of causality. There are inferences, but the inferences are very poor, because they don't even establish a level where you can actually do an epidemiological study. And also, you've got an inverse relationship between what happens between the 200 and 240. Why does it drop to the lowest incident levels? And above that, it increases, and below that, it increases dramatically, especially at a lower level, which is showing you quite clearly that it's not LDL-C. What it is some other factor. It's just an associated relationship, because otherwise it should be trending like that. Only if you're Ansel Keys in a crackpot, you can do that. Ansel Keys had data points for 22 countries. He got rid of most of them. He only used about 6 or 7. And the reason for that is so he could create a linear line going up like that, saying these people consume less saturated fat, these people consume more up here. But you had people that also were right down here, very low, consuming massive amounts of saturated fat. The data points were all over the place. They weren't linear. So you had inverse relationships. You did not have things closely. So when you see data points away from the actual center line, it means that pretty much it's a scatter plot. That's telling you something that it can't be causal because they're inverse relationships. There's not a strong linear relationship like you get with tobacco, and thousands of percent. That's the problem. These guys have got no idea how to read statistics. That's the problem. So yeah, it's just nonsense upon nonsense upon nonsense, unfortunately. But you'll actually see that bell curve, the reverse, the sort of the U curve, and you'll actually see the 200 to 300. I'll put that link. So you can actually see it. I think people need to see that to be able to promote it around, share it with people and say, look at this level. Nothing, lowest incidences. It does not follow a linear progression from lower to higher, and then from higher to lower, reducing as the Bradford Hill criteria requires. It's one of the major parts of the Bradford Hill criteria. You have to fulfill every single one of the requirements in order to establish an inference, not causality, an inference that the likelihood of something else is unlikely because it's so the correlation is so strong. These people have got very poor correlative studies and they're making these arguments. Talk about crackpot thinking and talking. Just because somebody sounds good doesn't mean that they're actually following good scientific practices. I would have, if I was debating with them or talking with them, I'd say, well, have you established that relationship tightly? Have you fulfilled all the Bradford Hill criteria? I suspect they wouldn't even know what the Bradford Hill criteria is for epidemiology, which is the gold standard of how you should establish an inference. Yes. You can play around with incident numbers by adjusting them. And that's what they do in a lot of these studies, which is called fabrication. When you take raw data and adjust it, you're fabricating reality. And it's done a lot in epidemiology of nutrition and things like this sort of stuff when they're looking at atherosclerosis and all that. It really is annoying. Most other scientific professions think that everybody's following the same rules. They're not. When you look at physics, you can't adjust anything, and you can't adjust it to fit your model either. They do that in climate stuff, but you can't do it in, and that's what I mean. It's a lot of, let's say, very poor practices in a number of fields, unfortunately. And yes, they say that ApoB is causally related to atherosclerosis and goes to explain why, based on clinical evidence. No, that's not clinical evidence. They call evidence random. Mendelian randomization is not randomized. What they mean is the genetic information. But the problem is all these people are on a sad diet. These are people that are basically already have gone through the medical system and have been given a form like I was given when I had cardiovascular disease and asked, do you want to be part of a study? And do you want to fill this out? So, yeah, it's not randomized with actual people in the real world, and it's not controlled in any way. Everybody's on the same, standard diet. So they're actually just looking at, depending on your genetics, who actually gets worst outcomes based on their genetics on a standard diet. Or P. This is how they establish that people that have got the ApoE gene of 4,4 have high incidence of Alzheimer's and stuff like that, and the cardiovascular and all this. It's not because actually ApoE44 actually gives you greater protection against pathogens. But the problem is that is the primitive, the original type of ApoE that we had. And it's the sort of the little key that you get from HDL, giving it to chylomicron remnants to go inside the liver and be processed. The problem is when you put a lot of sugar and it comes through the portal vein and through the receptor sites that the ApoE opens up for chylomicron remnants, you put a lot of fat and sugar at the same time in the liver, you're going to create issues in the liver. But that was fine thousands of years ago before agriculture, when people couldn't access, I mean, most plants are all hybridized or created by humans. In nature, they didn't exist. You go out anywhere, you're not going to find any of the stuff that's in the supermarket. It's man-made stuff. So the reality is humans were exposed to very little sugar. And as a consequence, they didn't engage the Randall cycle. They didn't create all these inflammatory pathways. So it's nonsense in that regard. So just because you've got those genetics, now you're susceptible, more susceptible than somebody with a 3-3 or a 2-2. It doesn't mean the genes are the fault. It's what you're putting in your mouth. So what I'm putting in the mouth, I can engage the Randall cycle or create sort of Randall cycle activation or insulin resistance, as it's called, this construct in the liver much faster than somebody else. Somebody who's got an ApoE of 2-2, they'll have chylomicron remnants not immediately being taken up by the liver, but circulating for a bit longer, sometimes a couple of hours, which means that they can process the sugar that they've consumed and then process the fat, which means less issues. That's what happens. But all people that are engaging the Randall cycle at the periphery tissue, not at the liver, but the periphery tissue, are still over time going to get sicker. It's just some people get sicker quicker than others. That's the only difference. So, I mean, from highly refined sugars and stuff like that. But that doesn't tell you anything that, it sort of creates a lot of confusion or people misunderstanding these genetics because they're not looking at how they're actually operating or working. And so people get this confusing and say, oh, you're more susceptible for these and these things. Yes, if you're on a standard diet, yes. But if you're not on a standard diet, no. So, that's the other part. And that's the other part that they don't look into because they do these very reductionist type studies and reductionist type looking at genetics and the general population. And they come up with this nonsense, and it's not randomized. Randomized is when you actually have a placebo group, when you have an intervention group separate from the other group that's not having an intervention done to it. So you want to determine whether a certain food causes a problem, then just give them that and randomize them with somebody doing something else. And whenever they've done that, they found the complete opposite. Whenever they've done a randomized control study, there's two that have been done. One was done for 2 years. One was done with a follow-up of 5 years, the direct study in Israel, which did the Atkins diet and the Mediterranean diet and the low-fat diet as well. Low-fat diet came out the worst. The high-fat Mediterranean diet came out the second best. And the Atkins diet came out number one. Another Vagoon academic, Christopher Gartner out of Stanford University, there's actually a battle, if you do a Google search, the battle of the diets. He did a study and he actually proved that Atkins was superior, even lowered inflammation and everything else. So I actually showed the complete inverse by doing a randomized control study. And the Ornish diet didn't do so well. Neither did the Learn diet, which is the sort of nutritional low-fat bullshit diet. The Zone diet, which was a mixed macro, low, sort of a ancestral paleo-esque type. The Zone diet, it's sort of died now, but it was a sort of a form of paleo-esque type, mixed macros, and that sort of did just as bad as the other two. And Atkins did superior in weight loss, in all these other things on lower inflammatory biomarkers and a whole lot of things, because I looked at a whole lot of other parameters as well. It was a dietary one to look at weight loss and stuff like that, but they did take some additional blood tests and stuff, and they looked at a couple of things. Now, that wasn't part of the study, but they took additional stuff so they could data mine that later on for other research. And he actually talks about this in that and says, no, it's, Atkins was better for this, this, and this, and this. And he says for ethical reasons, for his ethical reasons, he'll stick to a plant-based diet because he's an ethical man, another virtual signaling fagoonerized buffoon. But anyway, that was his argument, Christopher Gartner's. And, he's gone back and done a few, because he used to do garlic studies. Yeah, I know, weird, these people wasting public money on doing garlic studies. But anyway, that's the sort of crop of people we've got. And then you've got all these other people that are doing all this nonsense genetic studies, and it tells you nothing because they're not comparing different dietary approaches. Pretty much these people are eating a sad diet. Now, they call it a high-fat diet, but it's not. It's high-fat, high-sugar diet combination, Randall cycle. It's, McDonald's. That's what we're talking about. That's what it is. A whole lot of sugar and a whole lot of refined oils. That's the sort of shit that people are putting in their mouths, and that's what they're comparing these genetics. Tells you nothing about what the best diet is, or anything about the lipoproteins, because the lipoproteins vary because of the ApoE. I tend to run much lower cholesterol levels, so my last one was about in the 4 millimole. The one before that was 3.7, and the one before that was 3.2. When you get down to 3.2 or something like that, you're talking about, you're in the rarefied area of very low, cholesterol. But that's because of my ApoE genes. But I still got a cardiovascular disease. And that's why even my cardiologist said, you're a 5% anomaly, Mr. Serpanos. You shouldn't be here. You shouldn't have this problem with your level of cholesterol. So it's nonsense. Your genes will determine where your cholesterol is going to be. If you've got more chylomicrons moving around, you're going to have less stuff being exported out of the liver, aren't you? So you're going to have less. You go on a low-carb diet, and you're going to basically, and if you do exercise at the same time, you'll increase your triglycerides export, or if you don't, you won't as much. Again, it's all about the body saying, we need more energy. We need to export stuff and get it out. Or we got boatloads of energy coming in. The person isn't very physically active. Fine. We don't need to push out as much. So when you do a reading, and obviously your triggers are going to be lower, and but nobody's actually looking and comparing the chylomicrons or the remnant chylomicron. How high is that? So how much of the stuff is still circulating? So if you got more of this or more of that, these are just different carrier vehicles that carry triglycerides, fats, fat soluble vitamins, all these things. And those ApoE genes determine whether you're going to have more of the others of one type or another type circulating in your bloodstream. If you've got an ApoE44, you're going to have boatloads of LDL-C. And that's why the ApoE44, Dave Feldman, he's got a 4.3. So anybody who's got a 4.3, 4.2, or 4.4 in particular will have much higher. They'll be hyper responding and have much higher LDL-C. But if it's not glycated and it's not oxidized, it's completely irrelevant. So this is nonsense research. It's the most crackpot research you can come up with, and it's looking at just it serves no one. Exactly. It's reductionist gobbledygook crap. They need to, as I said earlier, Scotty, they need to explain an inverse relationship between 200 and 240. If you've got that difference where you've got the lowest in the U curve, that's not a linear relationship. It does not fulfill the Bradford Hill criteria. But I bet you my bottom dollar that they have no idea about how to read even this sort of research, because, what a doc, most of these researchers just nowadays in particular, which is really bad, they're just pushing agendas, which is really awful. On the one hand, you've got standards and then they ignore them and they say, I've read studies where they've said, we've fulfilled the Bradford Hill criteria. And I've looked at the study and I go, no, you haven't. You've actually violated about 3 or 4 of them. And I'm going, this is nonsense. You have not established exactly as the Bradford Hill criteria. You've got all these little inverse relationships, or all these things, or you've altered the data, the raw data, and made something look bigger or smaller than what it was. So, really? And that's the problem in research. There's too many shenanigans. Well, if you're getting paid well to do that, you will, unfortunately. Not a problem. Look, I know you wanted a bit of it, but it was an opportunity for everyone to get a bit of a teaser to understand how they must think about these things. It's really important. And how we should argue as well. When these people put up these arguments, we need to be able to have the right sort of information to argue this sort of things. Did anyone see Dr. Chiefy's video down about daft veggie munchers who had criticised him? Different style to Bart, LOL, but totally dismantled the idiot. Yeah, look, Dr. Chafee is a cluey man, very smart. He knows his stuff, and his knowledge on plant toxins is really way better than mine, Bart's, or many other people that I've come across. He's really looked into, because he actually studied under one of the top academics that looked into plant toxins. And so he's well aware of a lot of the compounds in plants and how toxic they are to the body, both in different dose and different combinations. So he's very clear about that information. And he's a great asset to the community. If nobody's subscribed to him, why not? And why aren't you checking out some of the plant toxin stuff that he talks about? That is very useful as polemic against the Vagoon Brigade. My IQ dropping. Experts, he and the said expert claim ApoE for shortens lifespan. What a bunch of reductionist nonsense. What a bunch of reductionist nonsense. I mean, it doesn't, as long as you're not engaging the Randall cycle. If you're engaging the Randall cycle, those people with an ApoE, on a standard diet, they will have poorer outcomes. That's true. But on a species appropriate diet where they're not engaging the Randall cycle, and I bet you my bottom dollar, Atia has no idea about the Randall cycle either. Like a lot of them, in the low carb community have absolutely no idea. In the low fat community, absolutely no idea. They squabble amongst themselves like little children, saying, you're wrong, you're right. And when, and then they look at research and they go, oh, look here, there's this person's eating more fat and they're getting sicker. Well, obviously, because they're combining high sugar, high fat at the same time. Randall cycle. These people have got no idea. And the other side, the low carb people, say, oh, look, these people increase their sugar. Their markers got worse. Again, the same reason. The difference is that a low carb diet and a low fat diet is going to basically leave you very deficient, because it's a fasting mimicking diet and you can't fast forever. And that's the problem with those vagoonerized low-fat diets. Those people are fasting forever. It's not enough that they fast without plants. They fast also with plants continuously. And then they wonder why they get very, very deficient and fall off the wagon. The ones that actually stay on the wagon much longer are the ones that do what I call the veganerized diet 2.0, which is basically a sad version of a vegan sad diet. That's what it is, where they're including plants and stuff with oils and with fats of different types. And so they're engaging the Randall cycle. They're not wasting away. And that, that's the, and they, but over time they will end up being the fat vagoons, and the other ones will be the skinny ones that fall off the perch much faster because of deficiencies, severe deficiencies. So that's the only difference. The other ones will actually just end up with more mitochondrial damage and stuff like that, and will end up be more at risk of a lot of sort of issues or diseases of civilization, like all the others on a sad diet. That's the only difference between the two Vagoon communities. And one says to the other, "We're doing it better." Yes, well, really? Anyway, funny as just to look at them. They got no idea, either one of them. Yeah, that is true. There is quite a few centenarians that are ApoE for. That's true. So no, it's not a death sentence, So, but they're a bit more susceptible to the modern diet. That means of refined oils and sugar, they tend to do worse. Again, because they're actually combining at the liver, in particular with liver. They end up with far more liver cirrhosis and other problems like that, liver problems with those genes as a proportion. And they end up with higher, as a consequence, then they end up with a number of other issues that arise from this high level of inflammation in the body, which is brain disorders and stuff like that. So, but it's, if they keep away from the refined oils and sugars, and they, traditionally, even if they have a bit of mixed foods, but it's, like in the old days where people ate more animal foods, or 2/3 animal foods, 1/3 plants. It's not optimal, but they still do much better than what people currently do. And most of those centenarians did that in the past and did much better. And you can see it in France and places like that, where it's a much higher animal-based diet, and people don't, like potatoes and that. They have a saying in France, though, for the animals, those sort of tubers and stuff like that. So they may consume a few things like that, but not in vast amounts. Especially the older, they'll cook things quite well. It's so it's, and to lower the anti-nutrients of these foods. There's a lot of those little nuances in that regard of that older generation that didn't actually come into a toxic food environment like us today. So today's ApoE people are far more vulnerable to the food environment because it's much more toxic. That's the only difference. We need to nuance all these, because sometimes, as I say, the devil is in the detail. My frying pan is pretty much stainless steel. That's what I use. And I use butter or ghee, and don't put it at very high temperature either. And so, yeah, other people use other things. Yes, Mr. Cast Iron. So Richard is into the cast iron stuff. And I suspect his cast iron he's used probably tallow on the surface, because you do need that. You don't want rust. The old days, some people larded the actual iron cast, again, for the reasons to avoid rust is the reason for that. Yeah, minus you don't need the sugar. Just use the salt. I don't use any. If I've, most of mine is either smoked bacon, zilch sugar. I get a free foraging type from further south from southwest of Hobart in the Huon Valley. That's where I get my pork from. I have to say I love bacon. I absolutely love bacon. And porky bacon is one of the lowest in deuterium as well. 113 parts per million. Yeah, smoke. Yeah, I love smoked. Absolutely love it. If it's smoked and it's cured and smoked, I'll have it the way without even cooking it. I'll sometimes eat it like that. Absolutely love it. And sometimes I'll get cured sausages that are just raw, and they've actually filled it up with salt and cured it, and then the raw meat, and then yeah, pretty much those sausages are really nice. Well, Alex, now you have. Welcome as well. What's the plan? I was still eating a load of meat and fat, but couldn't kick the chocolate. Oxalate-rich food, you mean? Was going down a bad road. Oh, good. Yes. Glyphosate also directly raises zonulin. Yes. It's a nasty thing, unfortunately. Yes, exactly. And you know what? Two nutrients, my favorite nutrients, vitamin D and taurine. And I've actually done videos covering about how they sort out tight junctions. As you can see, sun and meat is ideal to sort those things out, isn't it, boys and girls? Anyway, what's that all about? Oh, that's the playlist. Okay. Thank you. Ah, yes. Yes. Go to that, Scotty. Scotty just put up the playlist. Go to that, and that's the one that covers the microbiome stuff for those who are interested. Thank you, Scotty. Is fusion power really around the corner? No. These guys are saying it would solve the cheap energy crisis. It's not happening anytime soon. If you believe that, do I have a deal for you, Up Syndrome? Anybody that basically believes that we're nearly at the moment of fusion power, please contact me and I've got a deal for you. I hope you've got a lot of money to spend as well. No, it's just absolute nonsense. We've got technology. We can go to thorium molten salt reactors. We built a molten salt reactor back in the 60s, and we decommissioned it in the 1970s, the Nixon administration. So we know how to build them. The materials that we've got today can, compared to the materials then, are way better in terms of corrosive resistance to the salts, and pretty much also the fluid dynamics within the actual piping can actually be controlled and regulated way better than it could be back then. So, and it can produce far more energy and less waste. So I'll give you an example. The current nuclear power plant, if we were to go completely nuclear globally, we've probably got on, this is estimates, on our reserves and all that. That means everything goes nuclear. 100% nuclear, all energy on the planet. Probably got enough uranium for about 30 odd years. not going to sort the problem. Now, thorium, on the other hand, certain countries have big deposits compared to others. North America, both Canada and the US have good thorium deposits. Australia has good thorium deposits. Parts of Turkey have reasonable thorium deposits. It's believed a few other European countries have smaller amounts of thorium deposits. Russia has very big thorium deposits. China has moderate, maybe bigger. They haven't checked certain parts of the west part of the country where the sort of mineral composition of some of those areas is similar to some of the other areas where it's known to have good thorium deposits. They just haven't checked those areas, or nobody's looked at them. So I suspect they've got more than they're actually claiming they've got in that regard. So there's a number of areas. South Africa's got certain amount, and a number of other African countries. So, and some of the South American countries, they haven't really explored very well thorium. I think Brazil's got some because they've actually done some exploration, but most of the others haven't really looked into it. So how much is globally is hard to say. But let's just take Australia's deposits, just Australia's. Australia has enough thorium to power based on current consumptions of energy the entire planet for 44,000 years. Okay? So if you want a long-term viable energy alternative that actually can produce energy cheaper than the current nuclear stuff, cheaper than hydro or any of the others, because you're taking out of that energy, you take more than 95% of the ore gets converted to energy, 5% waste. Now, a typical nuclear plant, it's 95% waste and 5% energy. So we won't be mining thorium for a number of years because you can take existing waste from existing nuclear power plants, put it through a thorium molten salt reactor, and use that to eliminate this toxic waste, which, if left around, needs to be stored for thousands upon thousands of years. You can actually put it through these reactors, end up with, it's estimated anywhere between 3 and 7% waste, depending on the waste or the stuff that you're going to be putting in initially. It's sort of averaging probably around 4% or 4.5%. And that waste product, you can store it away for a couple of hundreds of years, probably 3 to maybe 400 years. Now, we've got containers that we can actually store safely such toxic stuff, estimated based on the higher quality stuff between 500 to maybe 800 years. So even that low grade waste, we can deal with it. One, it's less quantity, and we've got the storage technology to be able to store it in vessels for a number of hundreds of years, not thousands, because we don't require that. And we can eliminate both the waste product of current nuclear production, plus provide a lot of cheap energy, even cheaper energy than the current nuclear technology can provide. And on top of that, it also avoids, it's much harder to turn that into weapons grade plutonium. So it's the reason why it was never developed, because it was two competing types of technology. And then, if you develop thorium, and this is the reason behind it, if you develop thorium as a way of producing energy, you don't need the nuclear power plants. Without the nuclear power plants, to produce nuclear weapons becomes extremely expensive. So then you have to produce a whole lot of factories producing nuclear, fissile fuel, and it's not economical. So it means that the major superpowers would only be able to have a much smaller stockpile of nuclear weapons. I know they want to kill the planet a number of times over, just to make a point, but the reality is that they wouldn't be able to afford nuclear. It actually also helped with nuclear proliferation issues because the cost of producing would be prohibitive, quite high. And so what you would end up is with a technology which is much safer to spread around the world without having to worry about proliferation and nuclear weapons. That's the reason why it was killed off, boys and girls, because it would compete with the other nuclear weapon, the nuclear technology, which provides shitloads of weapons-grade plutonium to basically create things that go bang. That's the reason behind it. Talk about, yes. And that's, and there's nothing controversial or conspiratorial about it. It's all about how much cost for bang, and we're talking about big bang here in that regard. So yeah, that's the reality. We have options. As I've done a video that covers that we would need hundreds to thousands of years of different minerals to basically turn the whole planet over to alternative energy sources like, and this is first generation, and most first generation only lasts for about, at most, maybe 30, 35 years. You know, your solar panels and, you know, you'd have to, even the current ones don't last as long, you know, maybe 2 decades. But to, you know, maybe to push them beyond that, you'd have to make them a bit more expensive, a bit better engineered. But even then, it would take a vast amount of time to produce these things with current production. And remember, when you want to open up a new mine, what are the vagoons and what are all these climate nut jobs do? They run around saying, no, you can't open a new mine and all that. Well, you can't have it both ways. You want windmills and solar farms, or you need the current production isn't going to suffice in order to convert the whole planet to first generation solar and wind. You need, with current production, hundreds to thousands of years, depending on the mineral that is required. It's impossible. It's a pipe dream. People are delusional. They have no idea. Nobody's looked at this. Some academic did, and I've actually done a video, and I've provided the information of that academic research work showing you exactly all that. Basically, everybody would have to become a miner. And even then, we would struggle because you still need energy. So you still need energy to do mining, to get the stuff out, to create these things, first generation. It's illogical. The only viable option. I mean, we are potentially, it's not very clear whether we're beyond peak oil, but at some point we're going to become beyond peak oil. There's not going to be enough oil and gas to keep flowing through the veins of our economy, to keep cheap energy available, to keep our living standards high. We will have to find an alternative cheap energy source, whether we like it or not. So it's not, if, but when is the issue. So, and the other thing is the reason why, as you know, I'm not, I don't believe in this nonsense about demonizing carbon. We're all carbon life forms. All life loves carbon. It's not a toxin. It is basically food for carbon life forms. So, but my biggest worry is that will we have enough petrochemical products left over to support the pretty much the fertilizer industry, all these things, if you know what I mean. So I'm talking about the inputs into agriculture to produce things. That's where my biggest concern is. And we're reducing animal stocks, which we need to build soils. And then to be able to grow the other kibble for those other lunatics, you're going to need petrochemical inputs. So if we deplete those petrochemical inputs, what the hell are they? Well, they may start eating bugs or eating themselves. But anyway, it's not proposition, the future that I would like to see. So we need to conserve petrochemical products for agricultural inputs. That's what the Green Revolution did and prevented an agricultural collapse, because that's what they were fearing after the Second World War. And then, due to the Second World War and using petrochemicals for, to produce weapons, then they realized, well, we could use this stuff for agriculture as an agricultural input. And that's what they started doing it. But we still need an alternative. And molten salt reactors, these thorium molten salt reactors, with the current technology, with a better material that we can use, which are corrosive resistant, and you don't need water. That's another thing. So you can put them inland, and they're not under pressure. So there's no hydrogen that's being produced to basically react with oxygen to explode. So at most, if you get a break in the pipe or whatever, this metallized stuff will pour out and actually just solidify. So it's a non-issue. It'll be contained within the actual factory, and it's got far less radioactivity compared to current reactors. But with the new material that we've got, that's unlikely to happen anyway. So that's the way to go, and that's a cheaper way until we can consider other fusion technologies of the future. The key one is finding a cheap way to get to the moon, and I don't see that happening anytime soon, because what you can do is forget about all this deuterium, tritium stuff that these boffins talk about for fusion power. It's too problematic, too expensive, and all that, and also less efficient, because you still have to then convert that to steam engine using steam powder to drive turbines to generate, like nuclear power plants do now. They heat up water to produce steam to drive, and so it's not as efficient as it can be. Fusion reactor using helium-3. Now the deposits on Earth are very little. The deposits on the moon are massive of the bombardment of the moon's surface by the sun. There are massive deposits. This is why the Chinese and everyone else is interested about going to the moon. They're not going back for kumbaya to sit there and do selfies on the moon. No, they're going back because they want to mine helium-3. Helium-3, if you can bring it cheap enough back to Earth, you can put it in these other type of reactors. It doesn't produce neutrons. That's one of the big problems, creating fields or trying to protect the reactor, the inside of the reactor, from neutron radiation, bombarding. So, because tritium and deuterium, what do they have? Higher amounts of neutrons. Got it? So when they fuse, they release more neutrons. That's the problem. It does damage to the reactor. You don't have that problem with helium-3. And then also the other advantage is because it can create an electrostatic effect, which you can harness. You can actually get an efficiency, potentially, they're talking about, especially if you've got like advanced superconductivity or room temperature superconductivity, potentially an efficiency up to 70% conversion of that energy. That's really good, because current stuff, you're struggling to even get over the 30 mark, or 32, I think is the highest efficiency rating of anything that we've ever done. So to get up to that level, it's more than double of what those levels of efficiency that we can actually get with the best stuff on Earth, which means that, and it's a hell of a lot safer. You don't have the neutron issues. You've got to put these sort of fusion reactors based on helium-3. You got to put them in spacecraft and move around the solar system and mine things and do things. It would basically transform our ability. But we need to still get the stuff between Earth and space cheaper. This is where in the future, I don't know whether people have heard space elevators. Biggest problem is having the cable strong enough to basically be able to move things up and down. with carbon nanotubes, there is a potential to create those things and then allow things to be moved up way more economical than the current rockets. And there have been some recent works that are in the pipeline that's actually showing a lot of promise in basically being able to build stronger and longer lengths of carbon nanotubes. So it's something that I've been looking in recently, and it put a smile on my face when I read the recent stuff. So yes. And there's some other stuff about boron, but it's in regards to some other sort of stuff in research, and it even affects climate science in a radical different way. So it's going to upend some of the notions there, but that's for a video another day that I'll make, and that will really turn let's say, upset the apple cart even more. So there's a few things that I'm looking into, these sort of areas. Yeah, my sort of idea is the current fusion technology is problematic at best, you know. So it's always been around the corner. Yes, that's the problem with a lot of that sort of stuff. Always been around the corner. Usually it's a gallbladder issue. That's what usually causes it. And sometimes you feel nausea and feel like vomiting as well. So I would actually, personally, for the brain, I'd use phosphatidylserine for those sort of purposes much more. And I think you get enough serine just from a carnivore diet to not really need to supplement personally. That's my personal opinion. And if I'm going to use anything, I'd use phosphatidylserine, so that's phosphatidyl serine to biohack directly some of the genetics or your DNA, because it does do a bit of that. It can silence certain genes and all that. So yes, so that's the way I would go, supplemental wise. Harry, have you ever? I have very little knowledge statins, but keep hearing they'll be to be avoided if possible. Yes. What's the case against them? Doc has dad on them for 13 years after a single mild event. Well, look, statins they usually claim that even when you basically show them the evidence that there is this relationship, and I'll have a link showing that between 200 and 240, it's the lowest incidences in the biggest, you know, when you combine the majority of research from all over the world and have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands into the millions of data points, what it actually shows is that the least incidences is pretty much at 200 to 240. And some of the highest incidences are at very lower levels, like, your 60 odd or whatever. Tells you something that very low LDL, and we're not talking about artificially altering it with medication, just naturally, these levels, you know, are going to show bigger incidences. Even myself, I tend to run much lower sort of levels. But again, I was an anomaly because it has nothing to do with LDL. Oxidation of your blood vessels, if you're putting in a whole lot of crap like refined oils and sugars and glycating and oxidizing everything in your bloodstream, well, it's going to cause problems, isn't it? It doesn't take a rocket science to work that out. So yeah, it's pretty much nonsense. The only benefit I see is a short-term benefit of probably 6 months Forget about the anti-inflammatory effect. There's a whole lot of other things. Even aspirin has more of an anti-inflammatory effect than what statins have. That's just bullshit. Some people in the low carb community say, oh, it may have an anti-inflammatory effect. Really? Just take an aspirin if you're really concerned about inflammation. The only thing that it does is it calcifies. So if you've got an unstable angina, you've scanned your heart and you've seen that there's an unstable angina. So there's very little calcification. There's a lot of, plaquing, but not enough calcification to stabilize it. That's called unstable angina. That has the potential of rupturing, and that rupturing causing a blockage. That could cause a heart attack. That could kill you. That's the only benefit short-term statin has. And you take a coenzyme Q10 because it is a mitochondrial poison in a sense, because it does affect, the coenzyme Q10, and that's required, for the electron transport chain. So without enough coenzyme Q10, your mitochondria, your ability to produce energy doesn't work very well. Oh, it doesn't eliminate it completely, but it reduces, as it reduces cholesterol production, it also reduces downstream all these other things. And PCSK9s are even worse because they inhibit those pathways even more severely than traditional statins. So they're even worse, those ones. So my sort of view is that short term, it potentially could have a benefit for people that have got unstable angina to calcify. Long term, you have to get off the inflammatory foods that are causing the problem in the first place. How do you convince your father? Maybe mention me and listen to my story. So you mention my story and say, this guy had cardiovascular disease and has been discharged now from Cardiology Tasmania. They told him, don't come back. You don't have any fibrosis in the heart anymore. At the end of the day, he has to want to change himself. He's an adult. If he's not willing, you can't force him. You could probably help him a bit. If you gave him, for each meal, he took 2 grams of taurine for every single meal. What that would help would be to reduce the glycation and reduce the oxidation in his blood vessels. That would help him. So if you love your father, you may not be able to change his dietary approach, and 2 grams, small amounts and all that is not going to have a substantial blood pressure effect. And that's why you split it up and you have it with the meals. And what it also will do is, because it's only 2 grams, it's like having 100 grams of oysters or 3.53 ounces. It will lower slightly the blood pressure, but not to dangerous levels where it could cause problems. If you take a bigger dose, that's a problem. So it needs to be spread out. You start with a gram for every meal. And then once he's done that for about a month, then you add an additional gram slowly. 1 with his main meal, then the next week 2 with his secondary meal, and then 3 with his third meal. And that's how you do it. And you get him up to 6 grams, no more than that, because he may be on a whole lot of meds and we don't want to cause any problems. The only issue that I have, he's unlikely to be on it, is lithium. That's the only thing. That's the one that you do have to naturally reduce. And the reason also, 1 gram, he won't get any substantial effect on blood pressure. It'll just be mild. But it may be enough when he goes and checks his doctor. His doctor will check and say, your blood pressure is a bit lower. Maybe I'll adjust your medication. And so, and encourage him to do something like that. And remind him, when he's doing his blood pressure thing, he should not be physically active or anything like that when he goes in for his blood pressure. It should be relaxed to get a proper reading. And so, but if he's not on blood pressure meds, you can go 222 immediately and not worry about it in that regard. But what it would do is, because we don't want him hypoglycemic, if you gave him like 4 or 6 in one meal, because he's eating a lot of, sugary stuff, it would push lower, because taurine does that. It lowers the blood sugar level, but it could lower it too fast because you've already got the insulin rising. Then that lowering even further could force him into hypoglycemia. What we want to do is combine it with the food so it actually just lowers slightly, which means insulin will rise less and the blood sugar will be slightly lower because it'll have pushed it through the Krebs cycle. It'll have reduced lactate so it doesn't recycle back to the liver and produce more glucose. And so forcibly increases the efficiency of the Krebs cycle by 30%. So it actually will push through more to be oxidized away. And as a consequence, you'll have less of these insulin spikes. And so what it will end up doing is he'll end up having less hunger cravings between meals. So it'll end up reducing his intake of food as well over time without realizing it. He'll just change because he won't feel as hungry between meals, which is important if you can do that. And another trick you could probably throw is get him some protein bars in between when he does feel a bit like that, just to give him that satiety thing as well. These are the sort of things you can play around with to, help your dad, because don't expect him to make radical changes. People don't, especially when they've grown, because he's probably like my father. He's 88. He had to suffer a lot of things before he realized, with his fourth jab and a few other things, when he realized, or sarcopenia, started suffering a bit, pernicious anemia, these sort of things, and he started waking up, shit, I'm doing something wrong, and he started listening. But up until that point, he wasn't. So to get worse before it could get better is what I'm saying. But on the other hand is, you have to remember, my father was born back in 1935. He's gone through and seen his world transformed completely. You and me are born in this modern world. He saw it before it was modern and saw these hydro schemes after the Second World War being built all over the world. These transformative effects, the consumer revolution, the consumer society, all sorts of things, gadgets and things emerging. What do you think he would view? He saw that the engineer, the doctor, all these people are creating wonders of the modern world. Great things, transforming the world, all these modern cars and stuff like that, when you were, riding around on a donkey. So they believe in this modern world, to such a level that they trust. They're not as cynical as we are. That's the difference. And they have lived a long life because they lived in a less toxic food environment. So for them, later on in life, when they started eating certain inappropriate things, they became sicker later on, and they just put it down to old age. Got it? So they still trust the system. They still trust the medical system. They still trust the technology, the things, the engineer, blah, blah, blah. The rest of us who have seen the outcomes and are much younger and have lived inside the modern world, have been born inside the modern world, and as a consequence, we view the world very differently. We see this sort of at the later stage as some of the decay starts emerging. And, we're given a story by our parents, and then it doesn't really seem to pan out. So we're a bit more critical. But for them, all they can see is their memory is this was a backward place and now they've transformed it. Yeah, there's a few problems, but it's magical in comparison to what it was back then. There's more little lights blinking away compared to back then. Hardly had it you had like a candle, and now you've got indoor lighting. But they've got no idea that indoor lighting is a problem with circadian rhythms, blue light exposure. But any complications in at later age, they put it down as, "Oh, well, I'm just getting old." You know, that's the difference between the way one generation will view the world. So, yeah. Yep. Oh, that was all that. Yeah, we've covered all that. Yep. You're welcome. And oh yeah, what's Dave saying? Dave, remember, well, Harry Yellow in the UK right now, bacon has become now bacon, but back to Bulgaria, mountain soon, dairy heaven. Okay, so you're leaving the UK bacon and you're heading off to the Bulgarian dairy heaven, and then a few months in Barcelona, tapas heaven. Okay, so you're having you're enjoying your time through the Mediterranean, aren't you? I'm glad you are. I'm glad you are. Have a good time. Enjoy. Any brand. Where are you located on the planet? That would, yeah. So, because the problem is the brand that I've got is a Tasmanian one, so you're not gonna. I don't think you can actually get it. It's from King Island. It's like those colloidal minerals. Maybe they. I don't know. Maybe they do sell it overseas. I'll just put their website there, and they stopped producing the silver one. Maybe they have. They also changed their website a bit. Okay. I haven't actually bought any for ages. Um, I actually bought some because with the COVID stuff and all that, I wanted to be able to use it to spray it in my nostrils and stuff like that. Um, so I never ended up using it. Uh, where are you located on the planet? So that would help me knowing exactly if you're still here. I don't know whether they've got any stuff. Let me. I'll look and see what I can find, and if I do find something on either Amazon or on iHerb, which I'm happy with, I have to be happy with it before I can't recommend something um, if I'm not happy with the product itself, how it's been produced and stuff like that. So I'll take a look, and if I find something that's actually acceptable, then yeah, then I'll put something in. Um, I'll put it somewhere. What I'll do is I'll pin it. I'll pin it in the comments. It'll be a pinned comment. It'll include that, and it'll include Also that the one with the cholesterol one, so that sort of image. So I'll put that together. That's probably the easiest way. Anyway, okay. Now, what's Fitz saying? I've noticed black matter in my nose after using a wood stove. Wondering what can be done. Protocol lungs from the crap coming from the stove. Indeed, my granny died from lung cancer. Okay. Well, it's sort of well established that respiratory issues from indoor stoves, wood stoves and stuff like that is a problem. We know it's a problem in many third world countries, in many parts of the world. Um, Probably the only thing you can do is try and actually improve the ventilation around it, to reduce the problem. I know one person that actually uses a mask. I know it's a bit radical, but they do use a mask when they're around something like that. And one person who mentioned in some blog that I was basically part of that they actually relocated outdoors next to their gas barbecue. So that's what they did. So I don't know whether you can relocate it outside or how you can do it or stuff like that. But you need a bit of a well ventilated sort of environment, and outdoors is reduces that sort of effect. Um, Handkerchief, a wet handkerchief around the face while you're doing this sort of stuff will also reduce the possibility of this sort of stuff being, um, inhaled. Yeah, there are a number. Yeah, it can be problematic. Let's put it that way. Uh, yeah, I think you will have to look at how you're using this in that regard. I think the most important thing is to try and improve your ventilation in the room that wood stove is in. So what you need to do to sort that out is you may have to get some professional in to look at it and maybe get an extraction fan or some sort of extraction device to minimize the amount of um, particulates that are actually in the environment or in that room where the wood stove is. Yeah, so you'll have to get, yeah, I'm not a professional when it comes to these sort of matters. You need to get somebody who understands how to mitigate some of these issues. I have enough info or knowledge to be dangerous, so to speak. It means that I know very little when it comes to designing and how to mitigate these issues with wood stoves. It's not my expertise, not something I've looked into. So you'll have to get some professional to look into it. Or if it's relocatable outdoors, that may be an option to consider as well. Anyway, what have I done? A lot of reading for a very long time. I was when I as a youngster, I left Australia. I was an average student. I was nothing, I was just an average student. Um, so I wasn't any. But as a youngster, I loved to pull things apart. So I had a natural inclination to be less interested in humans and more interested in things, how they worked and all that. So, while I enjoyed playing, both with my sisters and friends, I found greater fascination in things, pulling them apart and trying to work out how they worked in that regard. So, I may be a sociable person and I enjoy social interactions and I enjoy talking with people and discussing and stuff like that. But as a youngster, I wasn't very much a social butterfly, I can tell you. I was very much introvert. I went from an introvert child to becoming a very extrovert and somebody who became a public speaker from a very young age at high school and being on the school committee, and even organizing rallies and speaking in front of hundreds of students. So, which changed my personality quite a bit. But as a youngster, I was a very technically minded. I'm still a technical person. My field is technical. It's part of the engineering faculty of professions. And so I've always gravitated to technical stuff. Um, I've always wanted to know how things work, the intricacies. Um, and I've always loved to fiddle around with things to try and understand them. Where most people just read things and just believe them, or, it's the expert opinion. I'll read things and I go, is this right? Has he got it right? Or is he just basically, what is he basing this on? And then start pulling it apart. And then because I have that tendency, I used to pull my toys apart and try to put them back together and understand how they worked and all that. So I did damage quite a few toys as a very young child. So I had that propensity to try and work out the different moving parts of different things. And, God, genetics, I have no idea. But I can tell you, when I went to Greece from an average student, I was about, at the time, what was I, 13 and a half. And I stayed there for about, I did my high school there. I was about there for about nearly 6 years. And then I came back after I turned 18. So when I came back to Australia, I was an adult. But by the age of, after a couple of years in one neighbourhood, Dad moved us to another neighbourhood because I sort of got involved with, let's say, the wrong crowd, and started getting up to a bit of mischief and doing things that I shouldn't have been doing, without getting into details. So I even managed to nick a motorbike from one of my uncles. That didn't go down well, let's put it that way. So Dad had had enough. He spat the dummy. He removed me and took me to the other end of the city to cut me off all my old friends. And I was in a neighbourhood which was upper middle class, very kids that were very bookworms more than I was. I used to play soccer and do other things and cycle around and all that. And I liked to get into fights. And I was around kids that were basically smarter than me. And I felt like a dummy, an absolute dummy. And so having that Greek drive to be better than the other Greek, which is what we have, it's a natural thing that comes, it's probably is genetic amongst Greeks. We have that natural drive to be the alphas and be better than the other Greek and outcompete the other Greek. That's why we have civil wars. We can have a liberation war, and then we can have 3 civil wars and kill more Greeks than even the Turks killed amongst ourselves. We're incredible when it comes to fighting and squabbling amongst ourselves, So it's all about what sort of head count can I get compared to another Greek. I'm not competing with the outsider. I'm competing with the insider, if you get what I mean. So it's a curse that the Greek nation has, unfortunately, that we hate each other more than we hate foreigners. And we squabble amongst each other. And so that probably created a competitive urge for me to prove them that I was much better than they were. And I started reading like 7 books in a week sometimes. And I'm talking about like even philosophy books. I've read most of the European philosophers and even some of the ancient Greek philosophers. So quite a lot of literature in science, philosophy, archaeology, and all sorts of things. I wanted to outdo everyone. And pretty much within just a matter of 2 years, I was able to quote off the top of my head. I can remember things quite well. That's why I can have good recall when somebody puts an argument up. I've got all the arguments ready to go to just hammer them, bang, 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 bang. And I'm quite lethal, and I sort of get a bit of an enjoyment, which is probably not a good thing. It's, you know, maybe that's all us Greeks have got a bit of a psychopathic nature in us, and I get a bit of an enjoyment out of that. So it's probably, I suspect, the reason why a lot of people don't want to debate me. They probably should feel intimidated. I don't like losing arguments, and so I will continue until I've obliterated the other side. And I became really good at doing that as a youngster. I could pull apart people's arguments so fast, and make them look like idiots. Just showing the poor understanding, because a lot of people just read things and then regurgitate it to try and act smart. But I tried to understand it so I could actually find out where my opponents were weak and had misunderstood things. And that's really helped me when I had to go into the science of this sort of stuff, to be able to distinguish between good stuff and bullshit. So I think that my competition against my peers when I was between the ages of 15 to 18, those 3 years, possibly set me up to have this very powerful analytical mind and an ability to outfox the opposition and pick up the weaknesses and pull arguments apart very rapidly. And that's why I've got, I can sort of just bang, bang with most things in the way I do things. So I think it's, I don't know whether I have the genetic capacity. I think there's a bit of both genetics and environment. It's hard to tease a lot of these things out. You'd have to you'd have to lock people up and just see whether twins and provide different environments to see whether which one is dominant. I think it's a bit of both, but it's hard to say. I may be wrong. Only true experiments, unethical experiments, which we can't do. And it's just the way it is. But I think that experience in Greece changed my mindset. Greeks are very different in the way they think and the way they compete. So they're very generous with their time. They're very enjoy the company of others. They're very sociable and all that. They're much nicer to foreigners than their own. And you just have to go to a coffee shop in Greece and notice the Greeks. They won't get violent, because if you get violent, you can only, and this probably comes from the ancient Greek, you only got violent and killed somebody or did something in war. Peacefully, you had to argue your point, because if you lose your cool or get violent, it means you've lost your argument. People say, oh yeah, he couldn't actually win, he was weak. And so it's a sign of weakness, where in most other societies you'd get punched out by people being so abusive and so abrasive with language, where Greeks amongst themselves can be quite abrasive. And at the same time, they can be best of friends, sit down, and just pat each other and have a laugh about it. But they don't want to lose the argument. They want to prove that they are the best dog in the neighborhood, so to speak, the top dog. And it's just part of the culture. I've grown up in Australia and probably I find the laid back, easygoing nicer, let's put it that way. But I still have that Greek streak in me. And sometimes it comes to the forefront, and I have to remind myself and pull it back under control, because it's not appreciated within the Australian environment, as you can understand. So I have to pull it back to avoid getting punched. Where in the Greek world, I don't have that fear from an opponent. But look, if I hadn't gone as a youngster there and socialized in that environment, in that very competitive environment, I don't know what I would be like with my current genetics. I couldn't tell you. I don't think we don't. It's hard to tease these things out um, in that regard. So, but I think also my life experience has affected the way I've come about. But Greeks will argue about anything. It's just it's you just have to take a look at the politics over there. They will just argue to the nth degree. I mean, even the most minor things, I'll amplify it like it's the end of the world in politics. It's just ridiculous. You go, and everybody will make an issue. Oh, look at that. You made a mistake here. And they'll amplify it and they'll go, you guys did this, this, and this. And that. They just do it amongst themselves. Just the minor things, I'll amplify it. So it's a very adversarial type, the way people discuss politics and stuff like that in that environment. And when you get into that environment, you have to really be sharp and quick, because if you're not, you're going to look stupid and the others are just going to plow all over you. So you got to stand up and be, you're either on an alpha or you just shut up and go to the corner. So it's, I view Greece as a society of happy-go-lucky alpha males that just basically will go at each other, but then will pull back and just laugh it off. So, yeah, strange. We're a strange people, let's put it that way. So, what really is the most important thing, Bob? Yeah, don't know. I'll wait until somebody does the experiment. Some dictator in the future does the experiments. Oh, it could be soon. You'll be on kibble, and then you'll notice the difference between the uppers and the lowers. Yes, peasants. Something to look forward to. Nick, mate, good to have you here. Been dealing with some burning yellow diarrhea for years, a high-fat diet, assuming bile, yeah, pretty much. Ends up hell. Some folks say fiber activates charcoal to trap bile. Look, Bob, Necro Kitty had 2 years of diarrhea. I'm not kidding you. So she pretty much did a protocol that we sat down and we worked out between me and her. She's got if you go on Discord, I've put the link. If you go right at the bottom, there's a link for the Discord, and she pretty much put the Elruteri in, and then she did some kephas to basically eliminate a lot of the pathogenic bacteria and all that, bring them down to much lower levels, and get a lot of that, the stuff that you see in the digestive issues, covers a lot of that sort of stuff. For some people, it can take a while because of gallbladder sludge, like I had for about 2 years, on and off, this sort of yellowy, tanny type diarrhea, on and off, which was damn annoying for about nearly 2 years. So I know what you mean. Where other people just got gallstones that come out and then it resolves. And some of us that. Then others have difficulty recycling. So if you're not recycling properly, and that I did milk thistle for that. So doing milk thistle and choline and taurine together, synergistically improving the functioning of the FXR enzymatic pathway. That improves the functioning of the gallbladder. It also improves, the general recycling of bile. You need about 95% to come back up, and less to go into. If you're having more than 5% going into the colon, you're going to get this problem. So eventually, by doing the Ruteri strains and doing the milk thistle and all these sort of things, got things to work properly, the stomach and the gut and the gallbladder and all these other things. And then you'll end up like Necro Kitty if you don't have a lot of some people find that they are missing a lot of their lactobacillus type strains, and Necrokitty was. And then she ended up with a whole lot of constipation. And then she did kefir and stuff like that, and everything normalized itself. So it's a combination of stuff. And so she provides some information about the kefir stuff. So do go there, have a chat with her. She's got, I believe, a document that so I don't know where I've got it. So you'll have to ask her. Like, I can't find that image that I want, so I'll have to search for the damn image. And I've got a PDF somewhere, but I think I've got an image at work, so I have to find that as well to post it. So yeah, I'm a bit disorganized with so many bloody folders, more than you can poke a stick at. It's just one after the other. I sometimes forget where I put things. So go and ask her, because they've actually put it. It's on the Discord. There's actually a somewhere where they've placed that information, so you can go and get it. Asking me to try and find the damn thing. Yeah, so that would help. Takes time. It doesn't happen immediately, because you've got to do the taurine stuff as well, because that regulates the gut motility. You've got to do also the milk thistle, to get the liver and gallbladder working properly. So there's all those little elements that are required. Anyway, guys, we've got about 20 odd minutes. I'm just going to go really quickly through. And whoever's got a queue, that's what I'm going to sort of, think of covering. Let me just find I'll just quickly find the Discord thing. Oops, hold on. So and there's the Discord one. I know who you are then. So that's the Discord. So just take a look at that. Anyway, quickly just take a look. Hello. So what's this one? Hi, Harry. What do you think of DMSO? I vaguely remember what it is. Something, is it some sort of solvent? I can't remember exactly. Many people use it for different problems internally and on the skin. Okay. So, look, I don't really know enough about it. And if it's the same stuff that that I think somebody actually asked me about this a while back, I think. I think sometimes it's also used in chemotherapy. I think somebody who was going through chemo was using that as well, because it was used in relation to chemotherapy as well. And I told them, look, taurine is much better because it's chemoprotective. Yeah, look, I don't know enough about DMSO. I'll have to look into it. I'll have to see what it's all about. If it's the stuff that I looked at last time, I did just a cursory look. I just wasn't that impressed. I couldn't really find any mechanistic studies that really showed, there was a lot of like speculation that it may do this and it may do that. When you hear a lot of maybe this and maybe that and or whatever, it sort of means like we don't really know. There's a lot of anecdotes, but they could be placebo. We got no idea is what they're really saying. So yeah. So I'm not going to promote something that I don't know, obviously. I will take a look into it. So do ask me next fortnight when I'm doing, if you're around, or just leave a comment, because if you leave a comment about it, then I'll look into it sometime next week, and see if there's anything in the literature that I can come up with. So I'll go to the NIH website, the National Institute of Health, check to see whether there's any recent research that's come out about it. Maybe there is, and I'm not aware of it. And if there's some value to it, yep, maybe I'll consider it as an option. So mate, if you want to do that, just go for it. Yes, I'll put that up just before. We've got about 13 minutes to go. Yes, unfortunately, this young lad has definitely lost his way big time. Yes, I mean, even in the sun, if you're in the tropics via cytochrome C, you may be able to get, this is based on some of the stuff which isn't well established in the literature that Jack Kruse talks about, you may be able to get maybe about 30% of energy from the sun, maybe. And there's a lot of question marks on that about your health, your status, your ability, your how healthy your mitochondria are. It's just not enough. So there's probably a big question mark. So I would say very much in that regard. Anyway, I'm quickly just gonna look through, see if anyone else has got a queue anywhere. You forgot the queue. You can't forget the queue. Nah, you can't forget the queue. In an air filter, a good idea for your home if you live in an area that's quite polluted. Yeah, I'd say possibly. I can't recommend any product because it's not my expertise. So you'd have to look into, probably Google a bit, maybe check some websites, maybe some YouTube reviewers that are looking at different air filters and see and get some bit of a background. They all have to do with particles, parts per million, how much particles the air filter can trap. So you'd have to look at, so take these down, how many particles per volume of air they can trap. That'll tell you how good the filter is. 2, you have to look at the actual filter. How long does it last? And how much does it cost to replace it and all that? And how much does the whole installation cost? And then you need to do then a cost benefit over like a decade. So if you're or more, like maybe 20 years is even better. And then you on that you go, okay, the initial outlaying cost for these filters is this amount of money in a spreadsheet. So initial may be higher, the ones that, and then for how many per year of these filters you require, then the cost per filter, and then another cell has times that equals to get a cost, and then a total cost to be able to work out which is going to basically have the best cost benefit. And then the ones that, and then you can actually sort them all out in, the lowest cost, and then look at how they perform in terms of the capture of parts per million. And so then you have to work out what are my finances like, and then make that determination. So that's how I would do it. But I'm very much a data-driven person, so I actually have to go through and measure everything to make that calculation. If you've got money to spend and you want to go for the best option, and not the second best option, which may be slightly cheaper, your money, not mine. I'm just giving you an idea how to go about doing these things. Anyway, you're welcome, mate. Richard's gone, so yep. And what's Jonathan say? What's good, everyone? Been to the gym and had my breakfast. Hopefully the next few weeks clear up a bit and I can join Roy on the channel. Yeah, I'd love to have you back on. What do you use for washing dishes? And what do you use for washing clothes? What I use for, you probably won't be able to get it in where you are. I don't know where you are, but I usually, when you use something to wash dishes, make sure it's got the least amount of chemicals. Now, my younger sister used to make her own type of soap specifically for these things. So that's another option. Now, I tend to go, what's the best stuff to use for washing clothes? I get all the baby stuff. I'm not kidding you. I buy the baby stuff. I don't buy the adult stuff. So if you buy, liquid soap that's designed for washing baby clothes, so it's designed for the baby's, sensitivity, for dermal sensitivity and all that. It's got less crap in it. You know what? It does the same job and less of a problem. So what do? I first do a rapid 36-minute wash with the liquid soap. Then I've got a setting on mine where I can do like a 15-minute rapid wash without any soap. So I'll initially do I'll put it hot and cold combination, and then I'll do a 36-minute wash, and then I'll put it on a lower setting for just water, just a water wash to get rid of any residual. So you get rid of all the residual. Now, that may not be practical for everyone because, there are some settings on the actual washing machine where you can do a quick 5 or 10-minute one. And so what you can do is by doing a very short amount of time, it's like a second wash, but without detergent, It's just a second wash to get rid of any residual sort of, of the product that the washing powder or liquid, to get rid of the rest of it. And then I have, it also has like a drying option, which I use. It's a half an hour thing that I do. So that's how I do it. And the sort of stuff that I get is sort of the stuff that people get for washing baby clothes. It's going to be less problematic, because it's especially for sensitive baby skin. Now, what do you think they're going to do? They're going to basically make a much better product for those purposes, because they don't want to be sued. And it's not good for business to, oh, you've harmed a lot of babies. So they're a bit more cautious with such products, and they got far less. When you look at the labels, there's less chemicals in it. It's a much smaller label of things that are in it. That tells you that there's less crap that they've actually. Yes, it tends to be the cost is a bit more. Like the product that I get tends to cost for the same amount 20% or 30% more, depending on what you're getting. But I'm prepared to pay that little extra in order to, better for my skin in that regard. So that's how I approach that. And the same thing with the washing stuff that I use for the plates and all that. I make sure that it's got no antibacterial crap in it, none of that shit. So it's just pretty much some sort of product that will break down organically, and just has certain things in it that will actually emulsify and break down fats. So some emulsifier in it and things like that. Those things are not going to be harsh chemicals. And so that's the sort of stuff that I would look for to wash stuff. And if you use that, you're going to have less. You're going to be exposed to less xenoestrogens and things that are not very good for your body. Anyway, that's pretty much it. G'day, Chris. I didn't notice you pop in there. And also the guard bell, he's also here. Any tips for not waking up at 5 a.m. each night? Well, I did cover that in an earlier stream, so I've discussed that quite in detail there. Go and check that out in the previous live stream. Obviously, some people, it's blue light's a big thing. For a lot of people's disturbed sleep. If you're not getting enough melatonin production, that's going to be a big one. If you're not getting out in the early hours of the morning and then later in the evening to synchronize your circadian clocks, all that's going to have an effect on it. So there's those sort of factors. It's really sleep hygiene and circadian rhythms that are the big thing, the one of the biggest ones, mate. That's that I find. I usually sleep up to about close to 7 hours, and I go out in about 5 minutes. I'm out, and I just wake up about 7 hours later. So even when I go very late to bed, like sometimes I'll go, way after 12, and I can go to sleep immediately and then wake up. I don't take taurine very late at night. I usually take it slightly in the early evening. And so, yeah, it's sort of slowly, and I make sure that I've got, the amber lights and stuff like that, and the red light over there, and in bedroom and bathroom red light. So I'm minimizing the exposure to blue light as much as possible. and that's really improved my sleep. I was very sensitive to blue light. I didn't realize it. I used to get up in the middle of the night and stuff like that. I used to have all those sleep disturbances. And even though I had my diet clear, I checked myself, I didn't have any, inflammation or any issues. I just couldn't figure out what was happening with my sleep. And and this is why I've gone so radical, where I've gone, I've got all these, my screen here. You probably see it at night when I record later at night, how it changes color, because I've got all these screens activating and eliminating the blue light. So it becomes very orangey or reddish, the stuff that you see. And that's what I view. And that's, what it is bathing me around, because I've got melanopsin on my skin, my eyes and all that. And I tend to be a bit more sensitive to blue light. So it can disrupt my sleep much easier. Some people are more sensitive. It just is the case. Also, I find that because you need a bit DHA loss in the melanopsin can be a bit higher if blue light exposure happens. And I find that if people in the modern world consume a bit more fish to get a bit more DHA, it tends to help with sleep as well. So there's a bit there, a relationship there. Like our ancestors may have done fine on very little fish, but we are living in a different environment. They weren't living in an environment bathed with blue light like we are. Even all the wiring in the house and all that, well, it's still transmitting on frequencies, the photonic energy that it actually is being released by these fields, these electromagnetic fields that are created by the wiring and all that. Well, part of those, it's part of the spectrum of that is also blue and green. And as a consequence, that is non-native EMF, where the native EMF outside is at night is within that that near infrared type spectrum. So, which is completely different. And even the old incandescent lights were more near infrared, had more near infrared. Fire, like a fireplace, that is a near infrared type. And so we've radically changed since the 50s onwards, in particular, globally with our modern world. We've really increased our exposure to blue light by massive levels of magnitude. And that's actually also meant that many of us are running, also with more, you could say, stressful lives. We're running way higher cortisol levels compared to the past. Now, when you're running higher cortisol, you're also running less melatonin. And so that can disrupt your sleep, or you may not sleep as long. So that's another issue for a lot of people, not sleeping as long as they want to, again, for that reason. So what we need to do is reduce our blue light exposure. We can use glasses like this. We can try and sync ourselves with the natural world, so our signaling is a bit better, so our body knows what time of the day we're in, and also try and minimize the amount, we shouldn't eat as late. We should try and actually at the latest be the early evening, no later than that, because that can also disrupt your sleep. Now, all these are factors as well. I usually, once I get off this, because it's about 10 o'clock now, so I'm going to be getting off, I'll just sit there and I'll probably listen to a bit of music and stuff like that and just relax and unwind and then go to bed, because you're still a bit, when you're exposed to, and that's the problem that's why kids have difficulty falling asleep, because they're constantly exposed to that blue light, constantly exposed to that they've got their minds in a sort of a they've got more activity happening. They're not calming themselves down. They're not relaxing. Where when you lower cortisol at night, now there's a number of ways you can do that. Blue light increases cortisol. So if you can lower the blue light, you're lowering cortisol. Taurine helps lowering cortisol and increasing melatonin. Relaxing to relaxing music, sort of bit of yoga or breathing exercises, just relaxation things that can also help prepare you for sleep. Not too much. Earlier in the day exercise can also help because it'll put you in a much better state for sleep. Those sort of things can be all helpful, So yeah, I know it's hard in the modern world because we live in a very stressful environment. And we're exposed to more of this non-native EMF, more blue light, so to speak, from a lot of sources, not from one source only, not only from the lighting, from a lot of sources. And it's a problem. It's a problem for our modern world. But you need to try and some people are, as I said, a bit more susceptible than others, and you need to basically improve your sleep hygiene. And the more you improve your sleep hygiene, that should help you more. There's no magic pill when it comes to this sort of stuff. Simple as that. And talking about being a bit on the late side, I need to definitely pull the pin. So that's pretty much it. I'm going to go right to the end. No bad man. Good to have you here, mate. And Nathan, magic green medicine can also help sleep. Night, mate. Yeah. And a jab can do it permanently and put you to sleep. That contraindicated stuff. Yes. See you, mate. Always a pleasure. Take care. Yep, definitely. And happy bacon dreams. Ah, yes. Always. I do. Yeah. There's a couple of things that I did want to chat about. I'm actually thinking now. Normally, I do my fortnightly thing for but I'm actually thinking like potentially there may be an evening because Europe's in quite a mess. There may be potentially. I'm not promising anything. Maybe next Sunday I may be doing sort of on geopolitics, about the mess of the world and stuff like that. And I think there's a couple of things. I mean, we've had the situation with Credit Suisse and issues there. There's some interesting stuff there. Believe me, some of these directors have been involved in a number of things, and it's a bit more, let's say, there's more intrigue than most people would think initially. So, and there's a couple of other issues which have to do with some of the politics in Europe, some of the politics in North America, some of the new geopolitical stuff, some of the new moving away from US dominance, US currency dominance, the yuan, some of the, let's say, agreements or less than secret agreements now between the Saudis as well. And I'm not talking about the Saudi Iran issue. I'm talking about the Saudi yuan issue. So that sort of stuff, and how things are going to change globally, not immediately, but how things are slowly transitioning away in certain regards, and things that could have been done or should have been done, but the morons in the State Department and that are living in the previous century or the previous, the last century, is the problem that, and the sort of the level of crony capitalism that we've got nowadays, which is a big problem. Take a look at the Euro Dollar University channel on YouTube to get a different look on the banking system. Okay. The euro dollar. Well, if it's all about that little place in London, the city of London, and the euro dollar exchange, how the US uses that to control the money supply and what happens in Europe. Yes, I'm well aware of that stuff, Bob. Well aware of that stuff. Believe me. I've talked about it in the past. Yes. Anyway, see, Alex. And I do prefer doing my own research. No offense, but thank you for letting me know. I may take a cursory look to see what they're talking about, but I usually like to do a deep dive. And some of the people that I contact or discuss or listen to are people that usually have connections into the deep state and connections with people that are usually not the mainstream, So it's people that are, either within the military establishment or left the military establishment or whatever, and usually have heard things on the grapevine and know about some arrangements or things like that. And some of that stuff is way more intrigued because it really explains deeply how these people think, what they're doing, and what is their geopolitical objectives. Because some of the stuff that they're doing makes no financial sense. Absolutely no financial sense whatsoever. But it does make a lot of geopolitical sense. And that's why some of these people are prepared to sacrifice their young in some regards and then make a whole lot of arrangements in the way they integrate themselves in order to support each other while they go after their opponents in a certain way. So it's yes, it's a bit more intriguing. Let's put it that way. It's more nuanced than most people think when they sit at the surface. And that's why some of the stuff just doesn't make sense. Sometimes you go, why are they doing this sort of stuff? Oh, there are reasons why they do certain things. See you, Alex. See you, Easy Zillis. Scotty, always a pleasure, mate. And flying at 10,000 meters should be like taking antioxidants to limit radiation. Okay, Mick. Is this about what is he called? Flying F 000? Is that the thing you were talking about? Okay. Oh, it's not about currency. What the hell is it about then? God, ground yourself to the plane by touching exposed metal close to your seat. Okay. I hope it's not a weird sight. Okay. I don't want to spend hours listening to some buffoons that have got no idea. They're just talking conspiratorial nonsense that's not based in reality. Or anything like that. So I'll be a bit disappointed if it's things like that. Yes. Anyway, let's leave it at that. And I am going to rack off and go and relax a bit and then go to sleep because I've got work tomorrow. And somebody's going to pay the bills. And if I don't do the work, nobody's going to pay the bills. So that's the reality of things. It's the way it goes. Anyway, guys, Take care. See you. Thanks for supporting the channel, and thanks. Please hit the like button on your way out. And otherwise, I'll send 10 around to molester you, and he enjoys that sort of stuff. And if you do like to be molested, you should hit the unlike button, because that will guarantee you get molested. So anyway, see you guys. Good night.